2025 has only just gotten started, and it's clear from the get-go that this year is going to be all about expecting the unexpected. And astrologically, we're moving into uncharted territory. We are rewriting the fabric of space and time as we collectively co-create this new reality that we are all tangled up in. I'm Erin, I'm Queen Bee Tarot. Welcome back to my channel. I have one heck of an update for you guys. I have some very, very special horoscopes. I'm going to give an overview for 2025. We have some huge astrological transits. Neptune is moving into Aries for the first time in 156 years. Saturn also moves into Aries, and they meet each other together at 0 degrees Aries this July. Jupiter is going into Cancer. Uranus is going into Gemini. Jupiter hasn't been in Cancer for 14 years. Uranus hasn't been in Gemini for 84 years. And together, these four profoundly impactful luminaries are going to stir up the dust and be part of this new reality that we are co-creating. So buckle your seatbelts. It's going to be a wild ride. So let's get in. I'm going to give a general overview for the transits that we're looking at. And then I'm going to give detailed horoscopes for all 12 zodiac signs. Timestamps and chapters will be below so that you can scroll through the topics and go watch your special horoscope. But I encourage you to stick around for this general overview in the beginning. I am going to be sharing some information that I won't be repeating in the individual horoscopes. There's so much good stuff. I have taken copious notes so that hopefully me and my ADD will stay on task. So I'm really excited to tell you guys about it. Like I said, this is uncharted territory, and already it's clear that the theme is expect the unexpected. Things are just going kind of wild, and to top it off, the eclipses are moving into 2 new zodiac signs this year. So why don't we start with that? I'm going to start with the eclipse cycles. Now, in astrology, we have points in the chart called the North Node and the South Node. They're always opposite each other. And because they are mathematically calculated positions, they actually move backwards through the zodiac. And these points, these mathematically calculated positions, are where if the sun and the moon are aligned, we will have an eclipse. Now, typically we have approximately 4 eclipses every year, give or take. Some years are a little bit different, but 4 is the standard. There's always going to be 2 new moon solar eclipses and 2 full moon lunar eclipses. And what's changing this year is that we are moving out of Aries and Libra, and we are moving into a season, 18-month season, of the eclipses happening in the zodiac signs Pisces and Virgo. And what's really important about this is that as we come out of the Aries-Libra eclipse cycle, those were cardinal signs. And that means that everything, all the timing around the eclipses in the last year and a half, because they were happening in Aries and Libra, which are both cardinal signs, the impact of those eclipses was profound, because cardinal signs are all about starting something new. And so every new beginning follows an ending, and every ending initiates a new beginning. That's the cycle of life, right? So everything that happened in the last 18 months was this conflict between me versus we, Aries versus Libra. How do I balance meeting my own needs in a healthy way with the needs of the collective, or my partnerships, my friendships, my connections, right? And so that kind of concept of me versus we actually carries over a teensy bit, because we have one last eclipse in Aries on March 29th. And that's going to be the last one for 18 years, actually. So what's shifting is, now that the nodes are moving into Pisces and Virgo, the North Node is going to be in Pisces. So that means that our collective destiny, as well as our personal destiny, is moving into the direction of all that Pisces represents. Now, Pisces is the last sign of the zodiac. It is a water sign, and it's all about intuition, emotional health, and wisdom. It's about the culmination of our experience, tying up those loose ends, integrating all of the lessons and the things that we went through, and finding a way to put it into practice. And putting things into practice is exactly what Virgo represents. So the South Node is moving into Virgo. And that means that collectively and individually, It is our destiny over the next 18 months to let go of certain aspects that Virgo represents. Now, like I was saying about Aries and Libra, which are both cardinal signs, all of the eclipses on the Aries-Libra axis, cardinal is starting things. And so there was this effect of each eclipse kind of triggering something, often something huge, often something that led to action, initiation, or even conflict. Whereas Virgo and Pisces, those are mutable signs. So the eclipses over the next 18 months are going to be a little bit more of a gentle effect, a little bit more of like a subtle in the background effect. The eclipses over the next 18 months are not going to have like a blow everything out of the water kind of feeling. Other things will, but not the eclipses. The eclipses are going to be gentle reminders, nudges in the direction of being healthy. So like I was saying about Pisces, that means our collective destiny is moving in the direction of emotional maturity, intuition, and wisdom. Even if it doesn't feel like it, that's what the end result is. That's the direction that we're going in. And what I was saying about the South Node being in Virgo, that means that we are collectively and individually letting go of perfectionism. Now, Virgo is like Boy Scout energy or ultra prepared mom energy, very MacGyver. I can fix anything, I can solve anything, I can help anybody. But the risk of Virgo energy, because Virgo is an earth sign and it's all about service to others, sometimes with Virgo energy, there is a tendency to be overly focused on the details, so lost in the details that we kind of lose touch or lose sight of the bigger picture. It can be a bit of a critical influence, sometimes obsessive, or sometimes so meticulous and so focused on serving other people or helping or fixing that we forget to just be here now. Right? And so Virgo energy is about being healthy of mind and body, whereas Pisces energy is all about being healthy in spirit and in our hearts. So health is definitely the theme over the next 18 months. And as we move away from Virgo energy, because the South Node is releasing, we might find that we need to let go of obsessing over the details. We need to let go of how we try and have control as much as possible. And we also might find that in a lot of ways, it's time to let go of sabotaging our own health in the name of the hustle. So across the board, it's going to be about prioritizing our health above the hustle, above like tripping over ourselves to help or to fix or to heal or all of those things. I mean, it's really important to do what we can when we can. But sometimes when we are always trying to take care of everybody else, or we're always trying to fix the world or whatever it is, we forget to be present with ourselves. And so in any ways that you might be giving beyond your means, or losing track of healthy habits, losing track of maybe any spiritual practices you might have, the next 18 months are going to be all about re-establishing healthy priorities. And again, in a very holistic way. So holistic is a word that represents kind of full body experience, right? These are not Band-Aid effects. These are not it's fine kind of experiences. This is, how is my life? How are my choices, my connections, the things that I do, all of it? How is it affecting not just my body, but also my mind, my heart, and my spirit? So those are the eclipses every year give a little bit of an overview as far as the tone or the energy, right? The set and the setting. And within that set and setting, we often have these details that are playing out. So the karmic themes are what are expressed in the nodes and the eclipses. But the movement of the planets is where we see the details and how it's playing out. So each planet in astrology represents either an aspect of our personalities or an aspect of how we go about living our lives. The sun represents our soul and how we come to know ourselves, our identity and things like that. Mercury is how we think and communicate. Venus is how we love or how we create abundance, how we seek comfort. Mars is how we go about tackling whatever it is we want to do, challenges, obstacles, achieving goals. Mars is action, right? But the biggest planets that are making transitions this year are actually what we call the outer planets. So the first planetary bodies that I just named, including the moon represents our emotions, all the way up to Mars, that's the inner planets. And we call them the inner planets because they are the closest to the sun. And then when you move beyond Mars, we have an asteroid belt in our solar system. And the planets that are outside of the asteroid belt, they're so far away from the sun that they take years to move through a zodiac sign. They are called the outer planets, and they represent bigger themes, right? Themes for the collective, themes for our personal growth. Just outside of the asteroid belt is Jupiter. Now, Jupiter is one of the planets that we're going to be talking about today. Jupiter represents how we expand our possibilities. That could be through philosophy, spirituality, education, travel. Jupiter is a very lucky planet. It's known as a beneficial planet. And so it being moving into Cancer this year is actually amazing because it is considered to be exalted. It is a very happy place for Jupiter to be, which is a big difference because in the last year when it was in Gemini, it was considered to be in its fall. So it's kind of like the lucky energy of Jupiter is suppressed when it's in its fall. So Jupiter moving into Cancer this year is going to be amazing. It's going to be considered to be exalted. And Jupiter has a 14-year cycle. So it almost 1 year, right around 1 year each zodiac sign, because there's 12 signs in the zodiac, right? So 14, just over a year in each sign. Jupiter will move into Cancer on June 9th of this year. And it's only going to spend a little bit of time in Cancer before it goes retrograde again. It is going to go retrograde towards the end of the year on November 11th, but it will go direct March 10th of 2026. Excuse me. So basically, Jupiter is going to spend basically like the second half of the year in Cancer. It will dip back for a little bit, but then it's going to go forward. So, yeah. Oh, I'm going to correct myself here. You know what? Even though it enters Cancer in the summer and goes retrograde in November, it doesn't leave Cancer. My mistake on that one. So Jupiter's in Cancer for good starting in June, and it's going to be huge. Jupiter represents luck, abundance, finally feeling like obstacles are either disappearing or not as much of a big deal as they were. So that's amazing because there's a lot of other challenging influences this year. So Jupiter moving into Cancer means also, because Cancer is a deeply feeling water sign, it is associated with the moon. It's associated with either mothers or nurturing tendencies and big, deep emotions, a big heart, right? So with Jupiter, which is luck and abundance and expansion, moving into Cancer, which is nurturing and love and compassion, it has an amazing influence in this setting of kind of opening our hearts in a new way, which would be a blessing because humanity's been through the shits lately. Life is hard. It really does feel like Western civilization is in the process of collapsing, and we're watching it happen slow motion, right? But Jupiter moving into Cancer means that either collectively, personally, or all of the above, our hearts will be expanding. We will be redirecting how we share our love, how we express our compassion, how we look out for each other. So it's going to be really neat to see how that comes through. So as I was saying, a planet has kind of like its base energy or its significance when it comes to your personality or your goals and things like that. And so Jupiter, like I was saying, represents, expansion, philosophy, learning, travel, growth, right? It's all about growth. What's new? What's next? How can I move beyond this mundane reality and spice things up a little bit in a really fun way, right? But every planet, even though it has its kind of base meaning, Every zodiac sign that it moves through indicates the modality or methodology through which we will channel or achieve or express what it is that that planet means, right? So Jupiter expanding and creating newness in Gemini last year was bringing expansion to our social connections, who we talk to, what we talk about. It's personal connections, it's professional connections, it's networking, it's all those things. But Jupiter moving into Cancer is actually a much more internal experience, because Jupiter in Gemini is all blah, 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 talking to other people, right? But Jupiter in Cancer goes deep within. And it says, okay, how can I expand my emotional capacity? How can I expand my emotional health? How can I expand my awareness in a way that creates and maintains emotional health? So it's going to be really interesting to have that shift be largely internal. Now, the other planet, after you move past Jupiter in the solar system, what comes next is Saturn. Saturn is like black and white opposite of Jupiter. Jupiter's like, woohoo, I don't need a plan, let's just go have fun, right? Saturn is Captain Serious. Saturn is, we have to follow the rules, we have to do things a certain way, and we have to do things the way that they've always been. Saturn takes approximately 29 years to do one full circle in the zodiac, which means that it takes 2-ish years to move through each zodiac sign. When you're approximately 29 or 30 years old, and also when you're about 58 years old, you will have what's called a Saturn return. And so this very, very serious energy that Saturn brings to our charts during your Saturn return means a personal experience in which you get really, really serious about your life, your goals, your accomplishments, and asking some really big questions like, who am I? Where am I going? What am I doing? It has a very, very serious energy. So anybody who's right around 29 years old or right around 58 years old, you will be experiencing your Saturn return. And so this transit would be especially serious or heavy for you. But Saturn is actually associated with the Greek god Kronos, like chronology. There is a direct association with time. What are we doing with our time? What sort of choices have a cumulative effect when it comes to building our reality? And Saturn is a very specific, like in the direction of career reality, right? Who am I in a professional sense? And how does the world perceive me as far as taking me seriously or validating my efforts? Saturn's influence in our chart is all about where we get serious, but it also has an effect of kind of restricting growth, whereas Jupiter expands growth. So that's where we have very, very distinct opposites between the two planets. Now, Saturn this year and Neptune are both moving into Aries. Aries is the child of the zodiac. It is the very first zodiac sign. It's a fire sign. And the way that Aries expresses the element of fire is kind of like a laser beam. It makes me think of that movie, you know, like laser beams strapped to their foreheads, right? The thing about that laser beam fire energy that Aries has is that it has such an intense focus. It burns holes in things. And then as soon as a laser beam moves away from a spot, it's cold, it's gone. So Aries influence is very spontaneous. It is reactive. It is impulsive. It can be childish. And the zodiac sign Aries is actually named, well, it's associated with the planet Mars, and it's associated with the god of war. Very combative. My way or the highway kind of energy. So Saturn as a planet represents not just time, not just seriousness and restrictions, but it is all about the system, the status quo. What is built over a long period of time when it comes to structures or cohesive integrated systems and things like that. Saturn is also or often associated with like the system when it comes to governments or, you know, things like that, right? Because it takes a long time to build, and then once it's going, it's kind of like a self-propelling machine. Now, when it comes to world politics or world systems, there's so much upheaval right now. There's so much chaos right now. And Saturn moving into Aries, which is associated with the god of war, I'm going to be honest, is not a good omen. Not a good omen. It is not the end of the world, and of course, obviously, it doesn't help to panic, but it's really important to keep in mind, okay, this is the energy of this year. Saturn's baseline energy, when it comes to how it is expressed and channeled in the sign of Aries, it's feisty, it's spicy, it's combative, and it is highly likely that we are going to see more war, not less. So Saturn in Aries is all about fighting for a new status quo. And Saturn moving into Aries is very, very significant because it does indicate that on many, many levels, personally and collectively and globally, the status quo is getting a reset because it has completed one cycle through the zodiac and now it's starting fresh. But starting fresh like a child. Starting fresh like a toddler who throws a temper tantrum when they don't get their way. It is highly likely that we are going to see, for example, people who are in positions of power behaving in an impulsive and a combative way. So it's one thing to witness those things in the world or in our communities or in our workplace or whatever, but the other part of it is, how am I potentially feeding into that myself? Or how am I potentially perpetuating these things by participating or maybe even by staying silent, right? So Saturn's going to be in Aries starting May 24th. And September 1st, it will go retrograde and it will dip back into Pisces briefly. And then in 2026, Saturn and Neptune will have an exact conjunction at 0 degrees Aries. I believe it's February 23rd. But February 20th of 2026 is a perfect 0 degree conjunction. Now, July 23rd of this year, 2025, Saturn is going to be at 1 minute 51 seconds Aries, and Neptune is going to be at 2 minutes and 5 seconds Aries. What that means is that they're going to be very, very close to an exact conjunction, but technically they're going to be just under a degree apart, 51 minutes apart. 51 seconds apart. Anyway, when it comes to technicalities, it's not going to be that much different. We are going to experience the effects of the Saturn-Neptune conjunction starting this year, but I'm just wanting to give people a heads up because next year is going to be a repeat of the same energy. So Saturn in Aries also has the risk of short-sighted action. There's a lot of talk about changing the system, changing the structures, changing the status quo. But the risk with this influence is doing so in a way that's profoundly short-sighted, tearing it to the ground with having absolutely no plan around how to rebuild. It's very, very in the moment kind of energy. And so on a personal level, there's risks of being impulsive, especially in the context of our career or in the context of any long-term goals that we've been working at. And if we feel frustrated, angry, resentful, or any of those things, unappreciated, whatever it is, there's a risk of kind of blowing up out of the water and potentially burning bridges when it comes to things that we have worked so hard to achieve. So definitely a risk around that. Now, Neptune, and I'm going to skip to Neptune even though it's not next in the solar system because it is moving side by side with Saturn right now. So Neptune is actually one of the furthest planets in the solar system, and it takes 156 years to do one full cycle through the zodiac, which means that not a single person on this planet has been alive while Neptune has been in Aries. We haven't. Because Neptune spends approximately 14 years in a zodiac sign, most of us will only see Neptune move through 4 or 5-ish zodiac signs. It doesn't go very far in our lifetimes. So this is really, really significant. I'm going to get my glasses because I want to tell you about some wild stuff that I found when I was researching for this. Neptune was last in Aries on April 13th, 1861, the day after the American Civil War started. History repeats itself a lot, and so these are important things to kind of keep in the back of our minds. I just want to make sure I'm okay. And then Neptune, so Neptune moves into Aries March 30th of this year, and it will be in Aries until October 22nd. It will go retrograde, and it will go back into Pisces. So will Saturn, kind of towards the end of the year. But what happens is Saturn and Neptune come back into Aries and have that exact conjunction of February 20th of 2026. But this year, Neptune moves into Aries at the same time, right around the same time as Saturn. Now, Neptune as a planet, what it represents, personally and collectively. Neptune is like rose-colored glasses. It is our highest hopes, our highest ideals. It's how we imagine best case scenario. And Neptune is associated with Pisces, the last sign of the zodiac. So it does also represent spirituality, wisdom, intuition, and not just channeling our dreams, but acting on our dreams. How do we manifest those ideals? How do we live our best life, right? And so Neptune, this rose-colored glasses, best case scenario kind of planet, that's its base energy, right? But when this planet is in Aries, the fighter, the impulsive, the reactivity, it's tricky. It's not at home there at all. And Neptune in Aries represents fighting to achieve our ideals. Well, what happens when everybody has different ideals? Everybody fights with each other, right? Neptune is often associated with awareness, like what we're aware of, what we're tuning into as far as our own experience, but also what we're tuning into as far as what's happening outside of us. And with Neptune moving into Aries, a big part of it is awareness of anger. Now, the risk of Neptune is that sometimes it is so idealistic and so rose-colored glasses that it just goes la 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 to problems. It has an effect of bringing fog and confusion, and Neptune's influence often makes it so it's hard to see clearly. It's hard to get the facts straight. It's hard to really understand what's going on. So now when we take that risk and we look again at Saturn in Aries, we look again at Neptune in Aries, there's a huge risk this year of all kinds of conflict, either personal, collective, government, global, whatever, conflict with unclear motivations, unclear intentions. And one thing that's become a huge issue over the last few years has been misinformation. Most wars that are being fought right now are not actually boots on the ground. There's drones, and there's the war of misinformation. The best way to destabilize an entire country is to infuse that country with so much misinformation that people genuinely can't figure out what's true and what's not. If you haven't read it already, I would strongly encourage you to go get George Orwell's book, 1984. It's like a playbook for what's happening right now. It's wild. And in that book, he talked a lot about, he used the word doublespeak. And doublespeak in that book meant that the government would say things like, war is peace. war is bringing us peace. Well, endless war does not bring peace, let me tell you, right? We know that. But so what's happening is that not only is Saturn moving into Aries, but Neptune's moving into Aries. So the conflicts that we're going to have, even if it's in between, you know, us and another person, or if it's country versus country, it's the same kind of thing. There's going to be a lot of clouds, fog, and confusion around what is the motivation, what is the intention, what are the end objectives here, right? So anyway, I won't get too much into that, but there is going to be a lot of conflict, there's going to be a lot of fog and confusion, and it's going to be profoundly difficult to be able to see clearly. The best thing we can do is develop a very strong relationship with our own awareness, and as much as we can, be super mindful around our own tendencies to lose sight of reality or to get caught up in misinformation, media, things like that. Yeah, it's going to be tricky. And then, so I talked about Jupiter, I talked about Saturn, I skipped over some of the middle planets. After Jupiter and Saturn, then comes Uranus. Now, Uranus takes approximately 84 years to do one cycle through the zodiac. There are people alive who have seen Uranus be in Gemini before, but it's kind of like the thing, that quote, it's one of my favorite quotes, old age is a privilege denied to many. There are elders in our world that, obviously there's elders that are in their 80s, right? But the influence of Uranus in Gemini is so close to that edge of the human lifespan that we are witnessing what happens when history repeats itself, and the information, the insights we need from history books and elders and things like that, sometimes those things get muddied. Sometimes people in power rewrite the history books to favor themselves. There's a lot going on when it comes to that whole concept of misinformation, especially when it was strategically designed that way, right? Anyway, Uranus had been in Taurus for the last few years. It does spend, let's see, it spends approximately 7 years in each zodiac sign. So Uranus has been in Taurus for approximately 7 years. And while it has been, it brought change, transformation, and upheaval to our financial systems, to our ability to access resources. And we have seen a steep decline in wildlife and huge changes in our climate. So when Uranus, the base energy of Uranus is change, transformation, metamorphosis, but also it can manifest as crisis and upheaval. It's all about, it's like the snake shedding its skin, or the caterpillar evolving into a butterfly. These are very important phases of evolution. But we as a society often lose track of how important it is to go through these periods and these cycles on a regular basis, in which we kind of strip things down to the bone and start fresh. What that looks like in the natural world is that areas areas that have savanna, so like plains, lots of flat and grass and things like that. Areas like in the Midwest or Africa or even California. Part of keeping those ecosystems alive and fresh and functioning in a really healthy way is that in the natural world, with no human intervention, they would go through regular cycles of burns, and the entire plains would burn, or the entire area that just had a fire in California used to go through, I mean, before humans were there, but also in the 70s when humans were there. In that specific area in California, part of that ecosystem is that it needs to go through a regular burn in order to freshen itself up. And there's lots of plants, like there's certain trees that drop pine cones, and those pine cones stay tightly shut unless there's a fire. And then when there's a fire, the pine cone opens up because that's its natural way of spreading seeds. So These natural cycles that we in our human society often lose track of and lose sight of the meaning, the importance, and the significance, because we're also not connected to our elders and we don't have the real facts in history books. There's a lot of different factors that we forget about. And when Uranus was moving, Uranus's change, transformation, and upheaval, when it was moving through Taurus, Taurus is a fixed earth sign. So in order to keep the earth healthy, certain changes needed to happen. But the other association of the zodiac sign Taurus is our financial systems. It's like our stock markets, cost of living, things like that. And over the last 7 years, while Uranus has been in Taurus, our financial worlds have changed drastically. Inflation has become completely out of control. Cost of living has become completely out of control. And the billionaires and millionaires that exist on this planet have quadrupled or, infinitely increased their value, their resources, while literally everybody else on the planet is struggling more and more and more and living off of less and less and less. So there's a lot of really, really big changes that Uranus brings, and some of them are natural, some of them feel really uncomfortable. With Uranus moving into Gemini this year, it will enter Gemini, January 30th. No, sorry, it's retrograde until January 30th. And I swear I wrote it down, but I don't have the date here. I'm so sorry. I was so good about my notes. Actually, I do have it here. Uranus enters Gemini on July 7th. Sorry about that. Uranus enters Gemini on July 7th, and when it does, it's going to bring that energy of change, transformation, and upheaval to another mutable sign, Gemini. Gemini is associated with twins. It's all about human interaction. It is conversation, connections, networking, being social, being professional, whatever it is, but it's about that web of connections that we develop as human beings, right? So Uranus moving into Gemini this year, starting July 7th, and it's going to be in Gemini until 2032, so approximately 7 years. While Uranus moves through Gemini, that means that our social and professional connections are going to evolve and change. The way that we communicate with each other, the things that we talk about with each other. It could even be associated with moving away from former efforts to change the system, realizing that such efforts are often futile, especially when the world's governments are now all owned by oligarchies. Well, a lot of them are, sorry to overgeneralize there. But what Uranus and Gemini is portending, what it's, hinting at this point, is a shift to more grassroots movement. A shift to, okay, maybe I can't change the system, maybe I can't change the government. What can I do to help my fellow man? What can I do to connect with my community, my city, my state, my country, whatever it is? What can I do to connect with my neighbors, my friends, my family, and really kind of initiate change there, evolve and achieve metamorphosis in smaller, more close-knit connections. The other thing too, though, is that Gemini is associated with social media. Gemini is associated with modern forms of communication and networking. So it is very, very likely that the ways in which we communicate and the platforms on which we communicate are going to be changing and evolving drastically. Zuckerberg, the owner of Meta, has come out of the closet as a homophobe and a neo-Nazi. And so it's really heartbreaking, for lack of better words, it's profoundly heartbreaking to see this huge shift happening in the hands of the people that control our media, in the hands of the people that run these platforms through which we, the little people, communicate. So a lot of huge shifts that way, right? Now, Uranus was considered to be in its fall, not at its best when it was in Taurus. When it moves into Gemini, it is considered to be exalted. So both Jupiter and Uranus moving into signs in which they're considered to be exalted is actually a very positive sign. because it kind of gives this hint that whatever happens is ultimately going to lead to somewhere good, even if it means going through hell first. How do I put this? It's as if the energy and the potential of the planet is amplified and has less obstacles. It has less strings attached. It is more able to achieve its energetic goals when it is in an exalted sign. So yeah, I did want to talk about history though. Okay, check this out, you guys. This is wacky. Uranus has an 84-year cycle. The last time it was in Uranus was 1941 to 1948, World War II. The time before that, it was 1859 to 1871. That was the American Civil War. The time before that, it was 1767 to 1779. Guess what that was? The American Revolution. Yeah. Big changes. I'm kind of at a loss for words. You know, obviously I've been taking these notes, and I've been trying really hard to think of a way to not only kind of string this together, but also put a positive spin on things. Putting a positive spin on things has been especially challenging, but I am simply here to deliver the information as best I can, and as much as I can try and keep an objective perspective, right? So yeah, this is what I've got for you guys. This is my general overview, and what we're going to be getting into with each of the 12 zodiac signs is how is the shifting of the nodes, the shifting of our karmic destiny going to affect you in 2025. We're going to be looking at Neptune in Aries, Saturn in Aries, Jupiter into Cancer, and Uranus into Gemini, and kind of creating this bigger picture for you guys so that you know what to expect this year, and also for quite a few years to come, because any of these major planets that are going to be in these zodiac signs for quite a few years, yeah, these are long-term influences. These are karmic chapters, right? So thank you so much for being here, you guys. Really stoked to get into this for you. These horoscopes are written for sun signs and rising signs. If you know both, watch both for extra insight. Okay, I'm going to reset my papers here, and I will see you at your horoscope. Mwah. Hello, my friends. All right, you ready? Let's get in. Aries sun and Aries rising, welcome to your horoscopes. You guys, out of all 12 zodiac signs, are going to feel the transitions this year the most, because two very major, very significant planets move into your sign this spring/summer, and you guys definitely have this kind of laser beam focus on yourselves, your lives, your ideals, your careers. And what's magical is it feels as though you guys have been kind of sledding through it in the dark, for lack of better words. When when any planet cycles through the zodiac and it's just about to come into your sign, it's in your 12th house, which is kind of like feeling like something's like right behind you, but you can't see it. Sometimes it feels like impending doom. Sometimes it feels like that mix between anxiety and excitement, and you're like, ooh, something's in the air, right? What's happening for you guys is because Saturn and Neptune are both moving into your signs, it feels as though something magical is finally coming together for you. Something is congealing in a way that maybe you didn't even think was possible, because Saturn, which represents our career goals, our long-term projects and aspirations, like where we really want to end up in the grand scheme of things, and the efforts that we put in to get there, like day after day, training and working and building and growing, right? Saturn's serious. Saturn has no time for fun. It's all work and no play, right? And for Saturn to come out of Pisces and move into your sign this year represents achieving a level of certainty in your life. achieving some sort of goal or significant event that has been years in the making. In fact, you might even have a moment in the summer where you feel like everything in your life led up to this. And I'll tell you why. So Saturn moving into Aries, like I said, it's about career goals, long-term plans, things that you've been building. But Neptune also moves into Aries this year. Neptune represents like the highest possible best case scenario of anything that we're imagining. Neptune is rose-colored glasses, happy outcome, good vibes, all of like the best kind of stuff. And so Neptune, which represents our ideals, but also how we work to manifest and live those ideals, because that planet as well is moving into your sign. You know, if it was just Saturn, it would be like, oh, yes, something significant is going to happen this year. Yes, it's going to have to do with your career, but there isn't necessarily any happiness or joy implied. But because Neptune's going to be there too, it's like, oh, best case scenario coming together. Does that make sense? So Saturn is Captain Sirius. When Saturn moves into Aries, there is a sense that you either have a new role or a new identity. So that could be a new promotion at work. It could finally be wearing the hat that you've always wanted to wear. I don't mean the red one, just a joke. What I mean is, you know how people talk about like wearing different hats, like as a parent, you know, you come home and you're wearing like the parent hat, right? Or you're at work and you're wearing the professional hat. So when we dream about where we want to end up, we often have to make compromises or adaptations because life doesn't typically work out best case scenario, right? We kind of have to modify our expectations based on the reality at hand. So the reality at hand is Saturn, but Neptune's coming in like, hey guys, like dream big, dream really big, because something amazing, something best case scenario, some sort of ideal outcome is definitely coming together. So to give you some specific details, Neptune is the first one to move into Aries. It's going to happen right around March 30th. For a lot of you guys, it's actually going to be around your birthday. So there's going to be a significance around your birthday this year. Feeling as though, and this is for Aries suns, feeling as though you finally made it. Feeling as though you finally either achieved something or got so close that it just feels amazing and you're like, oh my God, best life ever, right? For those of you that are in Aries rising, it is going to be similar but not necessarily tied into your birthday. So you're still going to have some sort of sense that your professional image has finally congealed and come together. Because what we're looking at is Aries being your first house. Your first house in astrology is right next to your rising sign, your ascendant, and so it's how people see you. So when Saturn crosses your ascendant from the 12th house into the first house, what we've got is that professionalism, that seriousness, that all that hard work and that effort finally paying off, coming out of the conceptual and into the real. Something that people can see in you, that they see you as serious, they see you as committed, they see you as responsible, or somebody who's worked their butt off to get where they are, right? And so Neptune moving into Aries means that right around March 30th, you guys are going to feel like you have accomplished something, even if it hasn't quite manifested in the 3D yet. And then when Saturn moves into Aries, which is May 24th, that's that manifestation coming through in the 3D. So, of course, none of these dates are necessarily going to specifically align with that promotion or that achievement that you have, but these are going to be rough guidelines because we can expect to feel the influence in the days leading and the days coming out, right? Now, Neptune moves so slowly that it's going to be in Aries for just about 14 years. So again, for you guys, this is the beginning of actually a substantial period of time in which it feels like you're finally either living your best life or living in a way that aligns with your ideals, your dreams, and what you've been imagining, maybe even your entire life. Like, this is a huge deal. So yeah, Saturn and Neptune both moving into Aries. Like I said, Neptune's first, then comes Saturn. Here's what's really cool. July 23rd, right around July 23rd, Neptune and Saturn will be so close to each other. It won't be an exact conjunction. They'll be like 0.14 of a degree apart, like really, really close. But right around July 23rd, it's going to feel like everything led up to this. Something amazing and significant is going to come through for you. It has to do with your self-expression, your identity, how people perceive you, and maybe even your role out there in the world, like the hat you wear as a metaphor, right? Now, the other things that are coming through is with Saturn moving into Aries, it's not just that something's coming together for you, but also you're going to be feeling very serious about your journey, your growth, your process. You might even be asking questions like, who am I? And maybe even what next? Is this going to bring me the fulfillment that I always imagined that it would? Quite likely, yes. But then you might be even thinking like, oh, I'd like to add to this. I'd like to expand on this. Like, it's going to be so confirming for you, so validating for you, that it's going to be profoundly motivating for you as well. Especially those of us that have been really slugging through it and reaching a point of maybe even feeling hopeless in a lot of ways. This is going to profoundly fill your cup and so much more. So yay, very excited for you guys. But yeah, so, okay, the other planets that we were talking about is Jupiter. Jupiter's moving into Cancer. Jupiter is expansion and freedom and freshness, like new beginnings, right? Jupiter typically opens up possibilities, but with Jupiter moving into Cancer this year, and it's going to be starting June 9th, it's actually moving into your 4th house. Now, in your zodiac chart, the 4th house is the very bottom. It has to do with the foundation that we build and maybe even the home that we live in, the family that we have, and it has connections to our family of origin as well, the home that we grew up in, whether or not we received any nurturing. Now, Jupiter moving into Cancer is going to have a generalized effect of opening up the heart, expanding our emotional awareness, elevating our emotional maturity, and helping us heal any deep emotions, like maybe even wounds or scars that haven't been quite healed yet. So Jupiter moving into Cancer for the collective is definitely going to be an internal experience, but even more so for you guys because it's going to be at the very bottom of your chart. It's going to be an experience and a feeling that you might not even share with anybody else. It's going to be quite private to you. If you do share your experience, it's probably only to your like VIP people in your life. Now, it is a challenging aspect to have Jupiter move into the 4th house. It is considered to be a square. A square is kind of like a mountain that needs to be climbed. So with Jupiter's transit through Cancer in your 4th house, you're going to be reaching some sort of awareness of your emotional health. And if anything is unresolved, if anything is unhealed, if you have big feelings come from deep below, that's where the obstacle comes from. The realization of maybe I'm not as emotionally healthy as I'd like to be. Maybe I'm becoming aware that I'm not possessing the emotional maturity that I need to in this life. Or it could also be realizations around themes of nurturing, love, connection, compassion, emotional safety, and the question of whether or not you have it in this lifetime. So with big feelings often come a big journey. And so that's where the obstacle might come from. But if you're willing to be self-aware, if you're willing to dive deep in emotional self-analysis, really do a full inventory with yourself and confront those feelings head on, sit with your feelings, ask your feelings, what are they trying to teach you, right? It's going to be an amazing learning experience. The ultimate goal when Jupiter moves through your 4th house is going to be seeking inner peace, seeking emotional security and emotional safety. You might even be thinking about expanding your roots. So if you have a solid foundation, you might be thinking that you want more. a bigger house or a different house, or you might be thinking about adding to your family. It all depends on whether or not you feel as though your foundation is solid. If your foundation is not solid, that's going to be the mission, to make the foundation solid. But if your foundation is already solid, you're going to be thinking, I want to expand on this. It's all about supportive connections. It's all about comfort. And you might even feel more reclusive or a little bit less social than you usually are. It's going to be about really pouring your heart and your energy into, like I said, like your VIP people. That's going to be your top priority. And it's also going to be about getting in touch with your inner self, maybe even healing your inner child. And because Jupiter represents spirituality, philosophy, education, and travel, you might be traveling back home. You might be embarking on a journey of self-discovery, psychology, healing your inner child, anything along those lines. Those are the themes that are happening. The other transit that's happening is Uranus moving into Gemini. So Uranus is the planet associated with change, transformation, often upheaval, crisis, but it really is all about metamorphosis. Now, Uranus is going to be spending approximately 7 years moving through Gemini, and for you guys, that's your third house. The third house is communication and networking. It could be your family, it could be your neighbors, it could be your close friends, and it could also be on a professional level, self-employment, small businesses, small journeys, small travels, right? But Uranus moving through Gemini for the next 7 years is going to help you come into a place of new attitudes and perspectives. You might even want to have new friends, new connections. There's going to be a very fast tempo, lots of words, lots of thoughts, lots of communication, lots of networking, lots of connections, lots of phone calls. And in a time of feeling as though a lot of the stuff happening in your life is like busy, 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 go, 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 it kind of makes sense with Jupiter moving through your fourth house, because being at home, you're going to feel free. You're going to be like, oh my God, I need more home time so I can recharge. I need more alone time so I can just shut out the world and think my own thoughts right now. So one of the biggest challenges for you is going to be to set a good pace and to be flexible and adaptable in a way that you don't burn yourself out with these huge changes, especially if you've been working so hard to get where you are, and like this is the year that literally everything comes together in a beautiful, magical way for you guys. It might be hard to set a pace because you might be thinking, oh my God, I got to make hay while the sun shines. These opportunities won't necessarily last forever, right? And yes, that's true. But if you burn yourself out, you can't take advantage of any opportunities. So please, please, please do keep that in mind. And there's going to be one last eclipse in your zodiac sign. The eclipses were in your sign last year. And so there was definitely a sense that on a karmic level that there were some huge endings, and there were also some huge beginnings for you. Huge year for you last year as well because of that. And so on March 29th of this year, there's going to be one last new moon solar eclipse in your zodiac sign. It is going to be towards the beginning of Aries. So if any of you have a birthday in the last week of March, this is going to be especially significant for you. And because it's a new moon solar eclipse, it is going to be locking into a new way of living your life, a new way of being yourself, a new way of seeing yourself, and a new way of interacting with your world personally and professionally. So, whoa, big stuff for you guys. I'm super, super, super excited. So that's what I've got for you. Happy 2025. Thank you so much for being here. If you enjoyed your horoscopes, I would love it if you would like, share, subscribe, maybe even hit that little tip button down below. I do have a link to a tip jar in the description box. Never expected, but always appreciated. It is absolutely my joy and my honor to be able to provide you with this information and this insight. So yeah, thanks again for being here. Mwah! Sending you guys my love, and I will see you next time. Bye. Hello, my friends. Welcome back. Taurus Sun and Taurus Rising, welcome to your horoscopes. Now, the heat is not on you guys this year. Few years ago, when the eclipses were at the Taurus-Scorpio axis, and honestly for the last 7 years with Uranus moving through your sign, it did feel like the heat was on you. It did feel like the spotlight was on you, and it was kind of everything everywhere all at once, right? The amount of metamorphosis, the amount of monumental changes that you guys went through over the last 7 years was epic. And so part of the good news that I have to deliver for you guys is that that period of time, transformation, upheaval, and potentially even crisis is coming to a close. So yay, right? You can only handle so much for so long. So hopefully you guys are still hanging in there. I'm going to start by talking about how the eclipses are shifting, because again, this is quite beneficial for you guys. Over the last 18 months, the eclipses had been at the Aries Libra axis. And it was very a harsh influence. There was a lot of black and white beginnings and endings. Big stuff happening, and not even necessarily in the most gentle way, right? But what's happening this year is the eclipses are going to be mostly on the Virgo Pisces axis. This is beneficial for you guys because Virgo is an earth sign just like yourselves. And so anything left over, any ways in which you are metaphorically still cleaning house, it is going to be easier for you to let go of the old. It's going to be profoundly easier for you to make healthy choices and not feel like you're battling against yourself or struggling to meet your own needs in the face of, having to adapt to other people's needs. It's not that adaptation is not going to be required anymore, but it's just going to be a much smoother experience. It's going to feel much more natural. And any ways in which it felt like change was being forced upon you over the last 7 years, one of the biggest changes coming up now is that any change, any choices, any metamorphosis is going to be self-initiated for you guys. It's going to be something that you're willing to do, something that you want to do, and something that you see the benefit in. It's going to be easier for you to see yourself, your life, and your choices more clearly, and therefore make decisions, healthy decisions, based on a sense that you have inner peace around the idea. When we're not ready to make changes, it's hard. We're like battling with ourselves. We know we have to, but we don't want to. And it's like, that angst and that frustration is finally going to be in your rear view mirror. And what's opening up for you is this peace. That's kind of all I have to describe it. Just a sense of peace that you're like, yeah, I know myself. I know what to expect. I know where I'm headed. And like I said, to know that big period of change, crisis, and upheaval is in the rearview mirror, it's like, okay, now I can just go about living my boring life, and that actually is going to feel good, right? So as far as the eclipses, as far as the karmic chapters and the fated experiences that we are going through personally and collectively, that's what's shifting for you. Now, Uranus, which like I said had been in your sign for the last 7 years, is finally moving out of your sign this year. It's going to move into Gemini, and it's going to do so, on July 7th. So you still got about 6 months left, but in approximately 6 months, you should definitely have a sense that the chaos is over, the unpredictability has faded. Things should really settle down for you this year, like big time. And then especially so next year. It's going to feel like things are finally moving, and it's not about waiting for the next hammer to drop anymore. And what's hard is when we've been through so much, it's hard to trust the peace. It's hard to relax when we're not used to being able to relax, or when quiet feels uncomfortable. So that in itself might be a journey or a point of healing for you, simply just because it's about adjusting to a new way of life and allowing your nervous system to finally regulate and ground out without this feeling of unpredictability around you all the time. Uranus's influence is profoundly unpredictable. So it being in your sign made it feel like your life was unpredictable. You felt like you didn't even know what was going to come out of your mouth. Everything felt like it was up in the air, right? So now that Uranus is going to move into Gemini, like I said, it's in July. It's moving into your second house. With Uranus moving into your second house, the change and transformation energy that it carries is now moving into a part of your zodiac chart that is associated with your manifestations. Now, this is a very easy come, easy go kind of influence. Uranus in the second house is associated with sudden windfalls of money, but it's also associated with sudden losses. So it is really imperative that in order for you to lock into a more peaceful and predictable life moving forwards, part of what you're going to have to let go of is any unpredictability that became a part of who you were over the last few years. That could manifest as a tendency to embark or engage in retail therapy when you're feeling emotionally dysregulated. It could also manifest as an unwillingness to stick things out and panic or impulsive responses when it comes to fear. So with Uranus in the second house, to simplify it, it's about change when it comes to your values and manifestations. So if your values have changed over the last 7 years, you may want your immediate physical environment to reflect that. You may feel compelled to minimize your possessions. You might feel compelled to buy a bunch of possessions. You are going to feel so much evolution inside of yourself that you are going to want to bring that out into the outer world. Now, it's really important to remember that this process happens naturally. We don't have to decorate ourselves in a way that kind of announces to the world, hey, I went through this change. Hey, I evolved. But that is a potential tendency or a risk with this influence. I hope that makes sense. So like, for example, if somebody goes through, it's like wearing your inner change as pride. I don't even want to give examples because I feel like it's just not going to help. It's important to be a grower, not a shower. I hope that makes sense. So trust that your physical environment will slowly reflect the changes that you have made. But part of it is about changing the way that you interact with your physical environment, changing your spending habits, changing your relationship with things and stuff, especially if you have ever had a tendency to fill unmet needs with things and stuff. This would be a time of realizing that those habits need to go, right? But a beneficial part of this is if you do not feel valued as a person, either personally or professionally, then this influence is going to give you the strength over the next 7 years to ask for and receive your due compensation. So if you find that your workplace, if you see yourself and you know yourself to be a badass hard worker, right? You've got ethics, you've got morals, you work your butt off. But over the past few years, you haven't gotten a raise, you haven't gotten a promotion, you don't feel valued. This would be one of those kind of full stop moments where you're like, either properly compensate for me for my time, my energy, and my expertise, or I'm out of here, right? So that in itself is positive because it is about recognizing your self-worth and articulating that or manifesting that in your outer world. The risk is that Uranus is kind of like, I'm going to drop an atom bomb on this experience and burn that freaking bridge before I walk away. Not necessarily the healthiest choice, right? it all depends on how much anger and resentment has been building up inside of you. This could be one of those things where you just quit in glorious fashion. You know what I mean? If you are not working hard at self-restraint. This could also be the kind of thing where you, in the heat of a moment, make a huge purchase or spend a stupid amount of money on something because you're feeling a bit impulsive or reactive when it comes to your relationship with money. So like I said, Uranus moving through your second house, it is going to be huge changes when it comes to your money, your resources, your manifestations. And the idea is that you're going to be aligning with your values. But as you reassess, there's going to be a process of release and renewal. You're going to be letting go of certain things, and then you're going to be reaching for other things. Easy come, easy go. Sudden windfalls, but also sudden losses. This is not the time to be risky with your money. This is not the time to blow your career out of the water if you don't have a backup plan. If you have a plan, awesome, go ahead, right? But risky when it comes to your financial security. I can't stress that enough. Because it is so close to your sign, it's about developing new habits, integrating your wisdom and the lessons learned. And it is going to feel a little bit like walking in new shoes, because you're going to know deep inside that you have to make different choices or do things differently, but it's going to feel foreign to you. And it is going to take some practice before you kind of really get a good rhythm going. So that's the biggest news for you guys. Now, Neptune and Saturn are both moving into Aries this year. And when they do, it's going to be your 12th house, which is kind of like, okay, I can sense something behind me, like this little plant here. I can sense something behind me, but I can't see it. I don't know what it is. And so you may be developing a new relationship with how you react to a sense of unknown or a sense of uncertainty. You're going to be finding ways to create certainty and create consistency in your life. But Saturn moving into Aries means that there is a bit of impetuousness and a bit of impulsiveness that might put your long-term plans, goals, and achievements at risk if you become so emotionally charged that you do something without thinking or you speak without filtering, right? But Neptune moving into Aries at the same time is really kind of, what's the word? Dampening or modifying this harsh influence that Saturn usually has, because Neptune's like, it's all good. And so even though you might still be feeling foggy about what your ideals are or how to manifest them or how to live your best life, as long as you take things slow, as long as you take things just one little step at a time, and temper your reactivity, temper your impulsiveness, you'll get through this just fine. This is going to be, like I said, this is an opportunity for you to finally find a good rhythm, to finally settle in to a life that is consistent and healthy. But you may find that you have to make some really big choices in order to kind of complete that manifestation. Any choices that you make, any final decisions that you make, just make sure that you're doing so with an awareness of how it might affect the future. So if you can help it, no atom bombs and no burning bridges, right? Usually that's a bad idea. But you do you, right? Jupiter moves into Cancer this year. For you guys, it's going to be your third house. So that means that if you desire any new connections, personal or professional, gates are wide open. This is all about increasing your connections and achieving the kind of connections in which there's mutual support, mutual encouragement, filtering out your connections in a way that you really are kind of narrowing down who are my VIP people, personally and professionally, who aligns with my values, who aligns with my heart space, who do I feel safe to grow and learn and explore with. So opportunities for travel and training are definitely on the table. And so is open communication, learning, Really, really, really awesome opportunities for you. But like I said, the biggest thing is becoming aware and locking into the realization that yes, things are changing. Yes, things are changing significantly. And in order for you to keep up the momentum and the healthy growth that you've been working so hard on for the last little bit, you have to essentially get out of your own way. And what might come up for you is old ways of responding, old habitual responses, old ways of communicating, or maybe even not communicating, right? So it's definitely going to be about stretching outside of your comfort zone, practicing all these things that you've learned. Like I said, it's going to feel like new shoes, uncomfortable at first, but with time, with practice, and definitely with patience, everything will come together and everything will start to make sense for you. So yeah, that's what I've got for you guys. I hope you enjoyed your horoscopes. Thank you so much for being here. If you enjoyed these, it would mean a lot to me if you like and share and possibly even subscribe, just because it helps a tiny creator like myself expand my reach. And I even have a little tip jar down below if you feel like leaving a tip. Never expected, but always appreciated. I really, really, really love doing things, and it's absolutely my joy and my pleasure to be able to provide you with this information, especially with so many changes on the horizon, right? So, thank you for being here, and I will see you guys next time. Bye. Hello, my Gemini friends. Welcome to your horoscopes. Gemini Sun and Gemini Rising, this one is for you. You guys are kind of in the middle of some huge changes. The biggest thing was that Jupiter was in your sign for the last year-ish, and now it's Jupiter's moving out of your sign, but Uranus is moving into your sign. So let's talk about what that means on a metaphorical level. Jupiter is expansion. Jupiter says more, better, let's have fun. Let's, push the envelope and break the mold, right? Jupiter moving through your sign helped you expand your awareness, your concept of who you are as a person, especially when it comes to your capacity, your potential, and your dreams, your imagination. It would have been a huge boost to your heart, to your confidence, to your self-image. And of course, everybody's going to feel this to varying degrees, right? But Jupiter coming through your sign first was amazing, because it's kind of like, giving you a pep talk before you step into the ring. So the stepping into the ring part, yes. So Uranus is moving into your sign this year, starting July 7th. Uranus, the planet of change, transformation, and upheaval, is going to spend approximately 7 years in your sign. My friends, buckle up. Change is on the horizon. There is no escaping it. And it's really important. I said this in one of my videos the other day. We can't change the wind, but if you imagine that in your life you have a metaphorical lifeboat, we can't change the wind, we can't change the weather, but you sure as hell can steer your boat. And so one of the biggest things that you guys are going to need to get really good at, Gemini Sun and Gemini Rising, over the next 7 years, is how to deftly and gracefully steer your boat in times of change. So much is going to feel as though it is wild and crazy or out of your control. And what you're going to notice in the process is big feelings around themes of control, big feelings around a sense of powerlessness, and a resulting awareness of, ooh, this is a need that I need to meet, or this is an emotion that I need to feel or heal, right? You're going to learn a lot about yourself through this process. And I guarantee you, after 7 years have passed, you are going to be unrecognizable when it comes to looking back at your old self. You're going to evolve and grow and transform in some incredibly beautiful and profound ways. But just like the caterpillar that turns into the butterfly, you may feel for a period of time that you are a puddle of goo inside of a chrysalis, slowly taking form and not having any idea who you are, where you're going, or how this might turn out. So big hugs to you guys. If you want any advice, go find a friend who is a Taurus or a Taurus rising. Because as far as personal advice, personal experience, because since Uranus is moving out of Taurus this year and moving into your sign, anyone you know that is a Taurus sun or a Taurus rising has just gone through what you're about to go through. So when it comes to personal experiences with this influence, they would be a really good person to talk to. Now, Uranus moving through Gemini is going to help you achieve a level of metamorphosis. New do, new you. Now, everybody, of course, is going to experience this in a slightly different way. You know, we all have different gender or socioeconomic status or any of those things. So some of us may find that we have a realization that there's a lot of work to do or a lot of growth that needs to happen. And yet for other people, if you have been continually checking in with yourself, continually growing when necessary, changing your habits or your behaviors when necessary. I mean, if you do a little bit all the time with a relatively good level of self-awareness, then this will be more affirming than shocking. It will affirm the journey that you're on. It will definitely bring to your attention anything that needs to be worked on or anything you might have missed in the process yet so far. But moreover, if you're already on some sort of journey of self-awareness and personal growth, this is going to be like a boost for you. And it's going to help you kind of bring everything together. All of your life experiences, everything that you've gone through so far, and find a way to connect the dots, to tie it together, to find some sort of meaning and significance and kind of put that cherry, that bow on the top and say, now I get it. Now I get it. So like I said, like if you've already been on some sort of a process of self-awareness and personal growth, this isn't going to be shocking. It's just going to be affirming, and it's going to be a boost to what you're already doing, right? But if in any way you've been hiding from truths about yourself, truths about the people in your life, truths about the world, or you know, if you have been hiding from self-awareness, if you have been reluctant to grow and evolve, this influence is going to hit you like a ton of bricks. There is no running from the mirror of truth that the planet Uranus brings. And that is often the hardest part, is we as humans really just kind of want things to stay the same, right? I mean, life is crazy. The world is chaotic. And so as much as we can in our personal and professional lives, it's nice to have predictability. It's nice to have some sort of comfortable status quo, right? But these are not always healthy places to be. So this is about getting to know yourself better. The more you already know yourself, it's not going to be shocking. But if you are in any kind of place of self-denial, this is going to be shocking experience for you. New you, big changes and detaching from your old self, breaking through any limits. And you might even find that your behavior and whatever it is that you do or say or change, it might shock the people around you, depending on how well they know you and how much you have been living authentically so far. So that's what Uranus does. Uranus clears out all the muck and helps us live authentically. When it moves through the first house, it is changing your self-expression. It is changing your concept of identity. And it is going to be a process of change that on some level people can either see or witness or perceive in you. Now, these changes start on an internal level, but they do eventually manifest into outer changes. Whether you change your appearance or you change the things that you talk about, or you might even change what you do for a living or who you spend time with. These are going to be ultimately all-encompassing changes, but they will start internally first. And because Uranus is going to spend 7 years here, it's not likely to be like an overnight kind of thing. You got time. You got a lot of time. And the more you can be self-aware, the more you can fearlessly face the truth about yourself, the life you're living, or any of that stuff, it'll make it way easier. You cannot hide from the truth, so don't run, right? Yeah, and ultimately all we have to fear is fear itself, to quote JFK. It is about living authentically. And the only reason we wouldn't live authentically is because we're afraid to, right? So these are the kind of perceptions that you might come up against. Now, moving into the eclipses of the year, I started with this because Uranus moving into your sign is like a big freaking deal, right? But that isn't the only thing happening for you guys. Uranus moves into your sign July 7th, but before that, we have 4 eclipses this year. One's going to be in mid-March, but we have another one on March 29th that's going to be the last one in Aries. It is going to feel like a boost for you. It is going to feel kind of like that last little bit of Jupiter's blessing where you felt positive, you felt motivated, you felt like, yeah, let's go, things are happening. But then what happens is the eclipses, the nodes move into Pisces and Virgo. Pisces and Virgo both form a challenging square to your sign, Gemini. And so that means that for the next 18 months, the eclipses that happen are very likely to catalyze massive changes in yourself or in the life that you live or the people that are in your life. So definitely buckle up your safety belts. You may find that you drastically change your career. You might find that you drastically change the place that you live. There's going to be a huge focus on the most core issues of your life, because for you, the Pisces Virgo axis is the top and the bottom of your chart. So there's going to be a huge focus on letting go of the past and clearing the way to have a healthy future. So again, depending on how healthy, how authentic you are already, this could be either affirming like a freaking turbo boost, or if you've not been healthy, if you haven't been authentic, this is going to be shocking, to say the least, right? I remember when I went through a 10-4 change, 10th house, 4th house, I went through a huge breakup. I got evicted from the place that I had lived for half a decade. It was because I was a renter and the house sold, so I like had to move. But when I went through a 10-4 change, it literally felt like my entire life was falling apart. And so I just want to be able to share with you from personal experience. Often what we go through in life is initially we think, oh, this is the worst thing ever, but it leads to the best thing ever. The relationship that ended for me when I was going through this sort of a thing was one in which I could not be authentic. That the person I was with didn't love me for who I was, and I was hiding who I was because I didn't feel emotionally safe. So for that relationship to end, best thing ever. But I'll tell you, in the moment, I didn't know that. And the career that ended for me, it was a career I hated. I was cleaning houses. I was miserable. But I didn't know what else to do. I didn't trust myself enough to do this full time yet. And so when that career fell apart, my initial reaction, I was shattered. But then it led the way for me to be like, well, maybe I'll just be me. And so the end result of these changes was that I was finally able to fully be myself, because I wasn't with somebody who didn't really like me, and I wasn't working a job that I wasn't able to be myself. So sometimes shit like this has to happen. Sometimes all that is fake has to fall apart and be shattered, so that you can be reborn, so that you can live your best life. And so that's what's happening this year. So I really want to be able to give you that personal perspective, so that if anything wild and crazy starts to happen, trust. Trust that ultimately it is going to be in your highest good. And if you can't understand why it's falling apart, ask yourself, was I able to be authentic? Was I able to really, really, really be me? And then you'll see the truth of why it's falling apart, right? And anything that falls apart during this time, don't bother clinging. Don't bother grasping onto straws, trying to make the old reality stick around. You can't. It won't. Go with the flow. You can't change the wind, but you can steer your boat. So definitely buckle up. For some of you, it might be a wild ride. Now, the other biggest things that are happening this year is that Saturn's moving into Aries and Neptune is moving into Aries. Those are both moving into your 11th house. So in a career sense, in a long-term goals sense, what is now in your rear view mirror are goals or dreams or posts that you set for yourself that once upon a time they were meaningful, but now you've outgrown. And a big part of it might be realizing that no amount of money in the world makes you happy in a career that you don't like. So what's shifting for you career-wise especially is moving into a part of your life where it's more important to have meaning. It's more important to you to make a difference, to love what you do, to love the people that you're surrounded by. So that's going to be a big shift for you when Saturn moves into Aries. Saturn moves into Aries starting May 24th. And then Neptune moves into Aries starting March 30th. That is also your 11th house. And so again, that's where we see any career changes that happen are ultimately going to help you live your best life, because that's what Neptune does. Neptune's like, let's be happy. Let's live our ideals. Let's channel our dreams. Let's believe in ourselves. Let's have hope, right? You might be finding hope, or you might be sharing hope, because the 11th house is also about giving back to your community. It could either be with acts of service, or it could be engaging in art and music and any of those awesome things that humans do that make life feel so amazing. An energy of transcendence, excuse me. So even though you might be foggy about where this is going, I promise you, this is ultimately in your highest good. And the more that you can dig deep as far as getting really, really clear on what are my core values, what is really, really important to me, you're going to find that it's not as much like money or things or stuff or achievements anymore. Your priorities are shifting, and they're going to continue to shift in a direction of emotional fulfillment, emotional safety, and personal freedom. That's what you're going to value. And finally, Jupiter, which, like I said, had been in your sign, is moving into Cancer. This is awesome because Jupiter moving into Cancer means it is activating your second house. That means more money. That means as long as you align with your values, as long as you behave in an honorable, respectful, and dignified way, oh man, doors are going to open for you. Opportunities are going to open for you. You're going to have more money, more access to resources, and people are going to see you in a better light when you present yourself with honor, but also confidence, like calm confidence. People are going to be more likely to give you that raise, that promotion, or if you hate your job and you go find a new one, your luck is going to be doubled, right? So Jupiter moving into your second house, it does imply growth. It does imply more money and resources, but there's also a risk of like easy come, easy go. If you start making more money, you might be fooled into, oh, now I can spend more money, but that's not going to help you save for your long-term goals. You know what I mean? So it's really important to modify your behavior in a way that isn't too impulsive. That's going to be a risk for everybody this year. It's going to be really, really important because there's such a risk of overspending and also overcommitting your energy, making huge promises that you can't really live up to, you're going to want to be really careful to pause, think, and reflect before you respond, before you commit, before you make a huge change in your life. Think 10 steps ahead and ask yourself, am I going to feel fulfilled with this choice? Am I going to feel valued and appreciated with this choice? And am I potentially going to maybe be mad at myself down the road because of this choice, right? Like, think a few steps ahead, but ultimately, if you're learning how to set goals and pace yourself in a way that aligns not only with your highest good, but also with a consistent energy level that you can keep up over a long period of time, this is going to be absolutely amazing. But yeah, just remember, in order to receive, our hands have to be empty. And if our hands are full, that could be one of the big things that changes for you. I wish you guys all the very best. I've been there. I totally understand, except for the Uranus moving into your sign. That's never happened for me. But like I said, if you find any Taurus or Taurus rising and ask them about how their last 7 years went, you might get a little bit of that inside perspective, right? But yeah, that's what I've got for you guys. Thank you so much for being here. If you enjoyed your horoscopes, please, if you feel inspired, by all means, like, share, and subscribe. For a very small creator like myself with a very, very small channel, those likes, those shares, and subscribes actually help me a whole lot, because it helps expand my reach. It helps other people see my videos. Otherwise, I'm kind of like in this little corner by myself. Anyway, I'm rambling. Thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate you guys, and I will see you next time. Mwah. Bye. Hello, my friends. Cancer Sun and Cancer Rising, welcome to your horoscopes. We're looking at 2025 themes, and holy smokes, is there a lot of change to talk about. These planetary changes represent massive fundamental shifts in the energy, the reality that we co-create, and the fabric of space and time as a result. So let's get in. You guys are most affected by Jupiter this year. Saturn moves into Aries, Neptune moves into Aries, Uranus moves into Gemini, but Jupiter moves into your sign. And this is such a good omen. I can't even begin to tell you. It means that you yourself will be inherently lucky in every possible description of the word for the next year. It's a big deal. Now, Jupiter spends approximately a year in every zodiac sign. It takes about 14 years to do one full cycle through the zodiac. So you really do get to look forward to a whole year of finally feeling like things are going your way. You may feel like you yourself are lucky because Jupiter is associated with good luck and good fortune. But really what Jupiter brings to the solar system, to our lives, is an energy of expansion. So Jupiter's energy is pretty much the opposite of Saturn, because Saturn is restriction, but Saturn serves to condense, simplify, solidify, and establish into physical form. Whereas Jupiter's like, let's go, let's dream of something that's never been dreamt of before. Jupiter loves to push the envelope, and the planet Jupiter is associated with philosophy, spirituality, education, travel, because whatever way we channel Jupiter's influence, what we're doing is we're inviting newness into our lives. Sorry about that. So Jupiter brings newness into our lives. Education serves the purpose of expanding our horizons, but also expanding our potential, because the more we learn, it's kind of like having extra tools in our toolbox. Any kind of education, whether it be reading a book or taking some formal studies, or simply learning from the people around you. It's not just about like book education though, because Jupiter is associated with all forms of learning. That could be spiritual enlightenment, that could be philosophy, that could be learning a new language, traveling to a new place, trying a new food. It's all about trying new things, right? So when Jupiter moves into your zodiac sign, whether you're a Cancer sun or Cancer rising, it's going to have the same effect, because when it moves into Cancer, it's like the first house in your birth chart. The first house in your chart is the house of identity, the house of self-expression, and it's right next to your rising sign. So it's deeply intertwined with how people perceive you. So one of the things that Jupiter might unlock or open up for you is feeling as though people see you in a good light. Jupiter just came out of, or is currently coming out of, Gemini. It's going to move into Cancer, let's see, June 9th. So those of you that are a Cancer sun, it's going to happen just before your birthday. If you're a Cancer rising, it's going to feel like a new beginning for your soul, for your life, and everything about how you interact with the world. So with Jupiter representing expansion and newness, it's like people are going to see you in a new light. And it's not that all of a sudden people are seeing you differently out of nowhere. I mean, kind of, it's going to feel like that. But what people are picking up on is all of the personal growth, all of the learning, all of the expanding that you have personally done in your life. And largely, a lot of those things are quite internal. You know, people don't know what we know unless we share it. So the first house is the house of self-expression. You're going to be sharing what you've learned. You're going to be sharing what you understand. You might even be sharing your hopes and dreams and new philosophies that you have come to understand their personal significance. So that's where it's not just about, oh, I read this in a book. It's, I understand this. I feel this to be true. This is something meaningful. I read this book that really touched my soul, or I heard a song, or you know what I mean? So when Jupiter moves into your first house, like it does when it moves into your sign, what that means is that it's already done a full circle through your entire chart, and now it's back to the beginning. So everything that people are seeing in you, every way that you're interacting with the world in a new way, or maybe showing something about yourself, is the culmination of a 14-year journey. So you might find some sort of completion or cohesion, especially with something that you began 14 years ago. And it could be formal or informal. It could just be your own personal journey of awareness, right? You also might find that there are parallels to 7 years ago, when Jupiter would have been in the opposite point, where you would have gained clarity around the journey that you were embarking on, or clarity on what you wanted to expand or grow or bring into your life. So there's going to be a sense of completion, cohesion. It is both the conclusion and the beginning of a major cycle of growth for you. But Jupiter brings blessings. I can't even begin to share. I'm so excited for you guys. Jupiter brings blessings, and the blessings that you are going to notice and feel, and other people are going to notice in you, is self-confidence, awareness, and maybe even spirituality, but ultimately success. People are going to feel the luck off of you. People are going to feel some sort of sense of understanding or deep peace from you. So it's actually going to be really, really, really beneficial, and a fabulous way to kind of influence the year, a fabulous energy for you to have this year. So backing up just a quick minute, in January, the nodes moved into Virgo and Pisces. I do talk about that in the general overview. So if you didn't catch the beginning of this video where I do an overview for the collective, definitely go check that out. Basically, when the nodes were in, I'm just double checking my notes and realizing, okay. When the nodes were in Aries and Libra for the last 18 months, for you guys, that was like the top and the bottom of your chart. And that is often a 18-month period in which, in a lot of ways, it feels like things are just completely falling apart. But on the other side of that experience is the realization that anything that fell away either was not in your highest good, or was not healthy, or not sustainable. The eclipses for the last 18 months would have brought massive changes into your life, but the end result would have been you being able to be more authentically present in your life. So anything that fell away was getting in the way of you being authentic, or getting in the way of you feeling safe or loving yourself or anything like that. And so what you're stepping into now with the eclipses that are going to be on the Virgo Pisces axis is that now what's activated is your 9th and your 3rd houses. These are all about belief systems and the people that we find ourselves surrounded by. And so what you're moving into is a new 18-month cycle where your belief systems are going to be far more healthy, especially in a spiritual or emotionally aware, emotionally mature kind of way. And the people that you surround yourself by, there's going to be a lot of changes in your friend groups, especially in your VIP circle, because the South Node in Virgo is activating your 3rd house, which is letting go of other people that are not living a healthy life. It's, one thing to understand yourself or life or the universe conceptually, that's 9th house. But as far as putting it into practice, as far as making sure that you are surrounded by healthy people who are fully interested in cooperation, co-creation, meaningful and emotionally safe relationships, you're going to find that you have zero tolerance for BS. And any changes that happen within your friend groups right now are most likely going to be things that have already been in the works for quite some time, at least 6 months, if not more. And now it's about actualizing it. Now it's about when you want to talk about something, you're going to be calling a completely different person. Or when you want to go out and do something social, you're going to be going with completely different people. So these are things that you already had in your consciousness, but it's going to be, this is the year where it's going to be really playing out, right? So it's going to be important to put into practice anything that you learned, especially when it comes to being healthy of mind, body, spirit, and heart. It is about reestablishing new healthy habits. So sometimes we're kind of battling against ourselves when we have some sort of habitual response to stress, for example, or whatever it is. We have to put in that effort, which feels hard and weird at first, to change those neural pathways in our minds, to change what we think in times of stress, to change what comes out of our mouth in times of conflict, right? You've already done all the learning. Now it's about the awkward part of putting it into practice, which is especially hard in the heat of the moment. So on that note, don't beat yourself up. It's definitely going to be a very, very positive, productive year. It's not going to be chaotic. It's not going to be these harsh realizations like last year or the last few years. Like I said, it's just going to be about putting into practice that which you already know, that which you already understand. Does that make sense? And so the two big players, Saturn and Neptune moving into Aries this year, that's one of the most significant astrological events of our lifetime, because Neptune takes 156 years to do one full cycle in the zodiac. So not a single person who is alive on the planet today has ever seen Neptune in Aries. So it's definitely a big deal. And what makes it extra significant is that Saturn's going to be there too. And this summer, they're going to come so close to being in the exact same spot on July 23rd, which happens to be the first day of Leo or the end of Cancer season. So what is quite likely to manifest for you guys this year, Cancer Sun or Cancer Rising, is right around Cancer season this year, there is going to be a huge transition for you guys where the old, it's like it cannot even exist anymore. So whether that be the old you or the old life that you used to live, or the old systems and structures and routines you used to have in place. For some of you guys, it's going to be a change in career. For some of you guys, the career already changed, and this is going to be the year where you like really settle into something new. Like I said, it feels like for you guys, the hard work is already over, but now it's about putting it into practice. With Saturn and Neptune moving into Aries, for you guys, that's your 10th house. And the 10th house is, I need like a 10-year plan. The 10th house is not just career, but also what sort of legacy do I want to leave behind? What sort of big goals do I have? Maybe like housing or other big accomplishments that take like years or decades to pull off, right? And with Saturn and Neptune moving into Aries, there's this big energy and potential of new beginnings for you guys. But what's really important to remember is that Aries inherently has a very impulsive, reactive nature. So what we'd like to see, especially for you guys, is any career changes, any changes to your like long-term 10-year plan or whatever it is. We would like to see that anything happening this year is harvest, closure, completion, clarity of purpose and direction, stepping into responsibilities and leadership, because they are a natural evolution of what you already know to be true, and the path that you already know yourself to be on, and things like that. The risk is that the impulsive, impetuous, or reactive nature of Aries might cause you to give up on something when you're this close to the finish line, to burn a bridge, to blow something out of the water, you know what I mean? So it's going to be really important to remember that the quickness of karmic return right now is like light speed. And when it comes to your long-term goals, the potential for consequences to be almost immediate, whether it be good or bad, is something that needs to be kept in mind. And this is for everybody, but for you guys specifically in the realm of career or long-term goals, that nothing will be taken lightly, and the choices you make or the energy that you bring to the table and things like that is going to have such a laser-like burning quality, that when channeled in a positive, productive direction is going to be incredibly productive. But when misspent, when coming from a place of emotionality or reactivity, can have the potential of burning everything to the ground, light speed that took you decades to build. So just keep that in mind. If you're hitting the end of your patience, if you've hit your limit, have some sort of a contingency plan, just so that you don't accidentally tear it all to the ground when you didn't really want to, right? And just keep that in mind. And then the final planet that we're going to be talking about is Uranus. Speaking of burning things to the ground, Uranus is like the tower card of astrology. It is like the wrecking ball. If we make regular renovations and improvements, metaphorically, in our lives, with our bodies, with our health, whatever it is, if we do regular check-ins, we're good. But if we ignore things, if we let things totally get run into the ground, then the influence that Uranus brings is like a wrecking ball. There is no fixing it. It has to be torn down. And so you might find yourself in between a rock and a hard place, because even though Uranus in the 12th house, when it moves into Gemini, it's going to be your 12th house, which is kind of like in the background, it's subconscious. It could have a subtle influence unless you've been going la to changes that needed to be made in your life. Depending on your level of awareness, depending on your consistency and your commitment to regular growth and regular check-ins for yourself, this could either be the most beautiful manifestation of your subconscious, or it could be a time of activating secret hidden enemies, secrets revealed, gossip going sideways, compulsive behavior, and things like that. So just the key things to remember are, if you are self-aware, if you pause and reflect before speaking, you'll be good. If you take ownership and responsibility over your emotions, your life, your choices, and all those things, you'll be good. But the more unwilling you are to either face the truth about yourself, your habits, your life, or things like that, that's where the risk comes in, because the impulsivity and the reactivity can potentially burn everything to the ground. So good luck. I mean that with all my heart, though. You know, the reason I'm here is to help prepare you guys. This is one of the most, like I said, one of the most astrologically significant years of our entire lifetime. And a huge part of it is going to come to a peak in late July, mid to late July. So just kind of keep your radar open. Be aware of the information, the intuition, and the messages coming to you from the universe. Trust yourself, love yourself, have really strong boundaries, and you will definitely get through this. Huge potential for success, huge potential to realign with your highest path, and huge potential to rejuvenate that confidence in yourself and the passion for life that might have been missing for a bit now. So I hope you enjoyed your horoscopes. I hope you liked these. Mwah! Thank you so much for being here. Because I am a very small channel, a very small creator, I would love to ask you guys, if you feel so inclined, please like and share and subscribe, because it does help me expand my reach. It helps other people find my videos. Thank you so much for being here. I also have a tip jar at the bottom if you feel inspired. Never expected, but always appreciated. And yeah, I will see you guys next time. Have a magical year. Mwah! And I also post mini videos every day. You should check those out too. Okay, bye. Hello, Leos. Leo Sun and Leo Rising, welcome to your horoscopes. We're doing a 2025 overview because there is some wild stuff happening. Huge changes. I definitely don't have enough time to do a full recap of the things I talked about in the beginning of the video. You should definitely go check out the intro where I give the general overview. But what I'm going to do right now is focus on how those things that I talked about in the beginning of the video, how those things are going to affect you guys specifically. Are you ready? Okay, let's jump in. So, let's see. There aren't any major planets moving into your sign in particular. So it's not that there is like this massive amount of like heat on you guys, like a couple of other zodiac signs out there. But what's really cool actually is that Neptune moving into Aries and Saturn moving into Aries this year. Aries is a fire sign, Leo is a fire sign. And when anything moves into a mutually beneficial element, like if it goes into the same element as yourself, it's going to be very beneficial. It's going to feel like a boost. It's going to feel like a gentle support coming from the energy and the vibration of that planet. So Neptune and Saturn moving into Aries this year is like a big freaking deal. This is one, because they have a conjunction in July and then another conjunction, that means being in the same spot, next February in 2026. These are very rare events, and nobody alive on the planet right now has ever been alive while Neptune was in Aries. The last time it happened was the American Civil War. It was a really long time ago. And so there's lots of changes afoot, but these should be largely beneficial to you, especially because Neptune and Saturn moving into Aries is activating your 9th house, and the 9th house is ruled by Jupiter, and Jupiter is a good luck planet. So with Neptune and Saturn moving into your 9th house, you can definitely expect a lot of good luck, but there is fine print. Yes, there's fine print. Okay. I'm going to tell you about the fine print. So remember how for the last couple years, we've been talking a lot about Neptune and Saturn being in Pisces. Now, the big deal about that is that when they were in Pisces, that was your 8th house. And one of the big themes that just kept coming up and kept coming up and kept coming up for you guys is the 8th house is what I like to call invisible money. So that's like debt, that's taxes, it's the money that we share with other people, especially if we are in a partnership. It could be a romantic partnership, like we're sharing with our, significant other, or it could also be in a business partnership. If you have to cooperatively make decisions with somebody else who like co-owns your business or something like that. The trouble with invisible money is that it's invisible and we often lose track of it, right? So it's very, very common in North America. People people end up drowning in debt, for example, right? Or people fall behind on their taxes or things like that. So one of the big things that was coming up for you guys over the last few years is that anything you have been ignoring, anything you have been just distancing yourself from, or just going, la la la, it's fine, it'll be fine, tomorrow will take care of tomorrow. Anything you have been avoiding in an unhealthy way is going to be front and center for you guys this year. There is no avoiding it. So if you have been dealing with taxes, debt, shared resources, shared responsibilities, things like that, if you're tickety-boo, you're good. But if you have been avoiding things like the plague, if you've been avoiding responsibilities, specifically financial responsibilities, it's going to bite you in the bum this year. That's my fine print for you guys. And the reason is because the nodes, which is where we have eclipses. Now we have 4 eclipses, give or take, every single year. And they come in pairs. There will be like a new moon and a full moon eclipse, and then 6 months later, a new moon and a full moon eclipse, right? Over the last 18 months, we had those eclipses on the Aries Libra axis, which definitely had an influence of kind of kicking up the dust when it comes to how we see ourselves, how we live our lives, and the people that are closest to us in our lives. And the transition that we're moving into that started in January already is that the nodes have moved into Virgo and Pisces. The combined influence of Virgo and Pisces is all about being as healthy as you can. Pisces is healthy, emotionally healthy and spiritually healthy, and Virgo is mentally and physically healthy. So those eclipses are on your 8th and 2nd houses. And what you're moving into with the North Node being in Pisces is the 8th house. You are going to be forced to deal with any kind of invisible issues in your life. Anything that you have largely been able to avoid, disassociate from, they're going to come back around and find you this year. The Virgo South Node in your 2nd house means that you are going to have to let go of any unhealthy spending habits you have in order to straighten out your debt, your financial responsibilities, whatever it is that's being activated for you. And I do want to be clear, you know, so many different people kind of watching these videos, right? Different genders, different identities, different countries, different socioeconomic status. The way that this plays out for you is going to be individual and unique, but I have a feeling you know what I'm talking about, right? And like I said, for some people it's a big deal, for some people it's a little deal, but basically it is about kind of being squeezed or pushed into a corner in which you have no choice but to fix this, heal this, and learn how to establish new healthy habits moving forwards. So yeah, that's the fine print of 2025 for you guys. But coming back to Neptune and Saturn moving into Aries, there is a huge amount of possibility and opportunity around new beginnings, especially if you want to get an education, embark on a spiritual journey of awareness and self-development. If you want to travel, if you want to try new things. Basically, a lot of us end up against a wall in some way, simply because we are ill-equipped to deal with what is coming at us. The only reason we avoid shit is because it's overwhelming or we don't know how to deal with it, right? What's coming through is this combination of you being backed into a corner where you have to face it, but you're also being given the opportunity to have more tools in your tool belt, right? For example, if you're struggling with debt, if you're never making enough money, this would be a great opportunity to learn new skills. And it doesn't have to be a 4-year degree. It could be a short amount of training. It's a new tool in your tool belt. Now you can increase your income potential, right? Or you go to see a financial advisor, Virgo in the 2nd house, and they're like, let's formulate a budget. Let's get really clear on healthy spending habits, healthy ways of living our lives on a day-to-day basis so we don't end up with a huge amount of debt or whatever it is. So it's not just about being squeezed, it's also about being handed a plethora of opportunities, but it's going to be really important that you take advantage of those opportunities, because they won't last forever is basically what it is, right? You know, people are only going to ask a certain amount of times, you want help with that, before they're like, you're good, whatever. People stop asking. So if you're offered help, it is always a bit tough on the ego to admit not only that we're struggling, but we also kind of need help. But the more that we're able to drop the ego, all of a sudden infinite doors of opportunity open up for us, right? And it's part of the human experience, it's part of the human dilemma, right? Saturn moving into Aries is going to be the culmination of goals and projects for you, and the realization of whether or not those are going to succeed. The realization of whether or not your belief systems, the path that you're on, the ways in which you're shooting for the stars, this is going to be the year where you're like, either this is working or it's not, and it's going to be abundantly clear. The more that you can reflect, reassess, and observe, all the information you need is going to be there. All the tools that you need are going to be there, but you have to take that initiative to take advantage of them, right? And if you're willing to do so, you're going to rock the socks of this year. This is not a time to challenge legalities or rules. This is a time when, with Saturn being in your 9th house, if you break the law, if you cut corners, if you break the rules, karma's going to kick your butt so fast. So you really are backed against a corner. But again, this is an opportunity to really kind of get serious about what is it that you're fighting for? What is it that's most important to you? What really makes you feel excited to get up in the morning? What are you passionate about? Because if you're willing to do the hard work, this is going to be exponentially positive for you guys. And then after that, you're going to be asking, awesome, what's next? Let's, let it ride. For some of you guys, this is going to be very affirming. It's going to be the realization that all your hard work is paying off. It's going to be the realization that you are prepared, you are ready. And it might be a combination of like feeling terrified and excited all at the same time. But the energy this year for you guys is new beginnings, new beginnings, new beginnings across the board. So yeah. Jupiter moving into Cancer this year is going to be moving into your 12th house. So if you have a hard time, or if you've had a hard time dealing with any kind of mental health stuff, this is going to actually make it much easier for you to confront any shadows or demons in your closet, and deal with any psychological or subconscious stuff that might potentially be holding you back. Lots of times we don't even take advantage of opportunities or learn new skills because underneath it we have a fear of failure, so we don't even start. So if you're able to deal with any of those fears or things that are holding you back, it's full steam ahead, right? It's all about inner growth for you guys this year, whether that be spirituality, philosophy, education, or otherwise. And you might feel less social than usual. You might have this kind of like background baseline realization of like, I can't screw this up. I really, 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 really need to get serious now. But the more that you can kind of expand your understanding, the more that you can retreat and reflect as necessary, all the answers, all the opportunities will be there for you. And then finally, Uranus. Uranus is the wrecking ball of astrology. It is change, transformation, and upheaval. It moves into Gemini this year, but actually this year, with it being in your 11th house, is actually a beneficial thing. For other signs, Uranus moving into Gemini is like, going to be a little bit rough, but for you guys, it's going to be inspiring. And it's going to be an opportunity to interact with your community or interact with the world on a new level, to expand your creative potential, to connect with other creative people, to really empower yourself to actually live your best life, and really, really, really kind of step into your own this year. It's going to be amazing. So Uranus moving into Gemini, into your 11th house, is new inspiration, an evolving role in your community, new friends, but also like new ideals, and an energy of co-inspiration. Might even be a little bit of rebellion. That's cool too. But yeah, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful opportunities for you guys this year. So buckle up, and it's going to be awesome. Yeah, so that's what I've got for you. Thank you so much for being here. Because I'm a very small channel with a very small amount of followers, if you felt inspired to like and share and subscribe, it would actually help me out a whole lot. It expands my reach. It helps other people find my videos. And if you really liked your video, I also have a little tip jar down in the description box. Never expected, but always appreciated. This was so much fun to do. I really wanted to give you guys a preview of the year ahead. So like I said, thank you for being here, and I will see you in my next video. Mwah! Bye. Hello, darlings. Virgo Sun and Virgo Rising, welcome to your reading. I've got some 2025 horoscopes here because this is one of the most astrologically significant years of our lifetime. I'm not kidding. This is a big freaking deal. I've never done this before, a full year preview of the astrology, and I have had so much fun doing this. So I'm really excited to get in. Are you ready? Okay. The one thing that is going to be most inspiring and possibly most significant for you guys is the fact that the eclipses are going to be happening in your sign and in your opposite sign, Pisces. So the eclipses always happen on an axis. It's going to activate two signs that are opposite each other, right? Now, Virgo is all about being mentally and physically healthy, and Pisces, your opposite sign, is all about being emotionally and spiritually healthy. There is the common theme of needing to perhaps retreat, spend some time by yourself in order to recharge and reassess what you want and reestablish a direction that you're going in, right? And the biggest way that the eclipses are going to affect you and your life right now is that me versus we kind of energy. Spending more time on yourself helps you get clear about who you are, where you're going, and what you want. And the more clear you are on those things, the more your relationships are going to improve, because then you come to the table with a level of clarity and hopefully a willingness to communicate that clarity, which ultimately, communication is the foundation of any healthy relationship. And this could be a neighbor, a bestie, a lover, a coworker, a boss, whatever it is. The seventh house is one-on-one connections. People you have personal dealings with, or certain level of closeness, cooperation, and connection, in which there's always going to be a balancing act as part of keeping those relationships healthy, right? Virgos, whether you're a Virgo Sun or Virgo Rising, your baseline is going to be, I'm fine, what about you? Because everything about Virgo is service to other people. And what's really interesting is that the South node, representing what we're letting go of and releasing, that's what's in Virgo. And so you might find that part of your personal journey over the next 18 months is becoming a healthy level of selfish, right? And I don't mean like selfish, but just not giving from an empty cup, not promising the world to people when you haven't even looked after yourself. So finding that healthy balance sometimes means retreating a little bit. But the other part of it is that because the South Node is in Virgo, you're going to find that there are some parts of yourself, your life, your personality, the way that you express yourself, that maybe you've outgrown. Maybe those aspects are just not healthy anymore, or maybe they're just not effective, or you know what I mean? And often personal journeys of growth like that start with becoming irritated with yourself, whether it be noticing something that you're doing, or noticing something you're saying, or realizing that you suck at setting boundaries, or you suck at articulating your needs, whatever it is, or asking for what you need. So just be prepared for that things are going to start with some sort of irritation. But ultimately, the thing that you need to let go of is a choice or an energy or an attitude that you embody. And I want to be really clear about that, because the first reaction is going to be, I'm pissed off at that person, I'm frustrated with this. But the question will ultimately lead you back to, how am I not being clear? How am I not setting boundaries or asking for what I need? And how am I letting myself get stuck in a situation in which I'm always in service but never receiving? And the North Node, indicating how we are personally and collectively growing and evolving on a karmic level, that's in Pisces. And so you're going to find that on some levels, you need to be a little bit more receptive and intuitive to the needs, feelings, or energies of the people in your life. Or the other part of it is, because Pisces is represented by two fish swimming in opposite directions, one of the biggest realizations you might have over the next 18 months is that you need to learn how to let some shit go. And that's a very, very Virgo quality that I'm a Virgo. We are so, like, our superpower is noticing, and it's overwhelming. I can't help but notice when people are rude, and it drives me crazy. Right? Virgos have like solid lists of pet peeves, but we can't spend our entire lives being irritated or pissed off, because, I mean, honestly, if I really paid attention to everything, I'd be pissed off all the time, and that's not healthy. So we gotta learn to let that shit go. Big time. So it is going to be a personal journey. Yes, you are going to evolve, and as a result, your relationships are going to evolve. And one of the things that might trigger you the most is realizing either you're not evolved or the people in your life are not evolved. But watch that you don't have any misdirected frustration or anger. As much as you can, try and come back to the core need that is not being met, and then ask yourself, am I responsible for meeting this need? 99% of the time, yeah, you are. And, you know, taking a step back from potentially placing blame on other people when we are co-creating this dynamic, right? So that's the biggest thing I wanted to talk about, just because with the eclipses being in your sign, you're going to find that throughout the year at 4 different points, 2 together in March and 2 together in September, there's going to be points of drastic change. But because Virgo and Pisces are mutable signs, it's not going to be like shocking change. It's just going to be like, oh, now I get it. Now I see clearly. Now I understand. Now I know what I need to do, right? So just kind of keep that in your back pocket. The other things that are happening this year is that Neptune's moving into Aries and Saturn's moving into Aries. If you didn't catch the general overview in the beginning of the video, please do, because I definitely can't get into all the details again. But what I'm going to tell you is how it affects your sign in particular. This is a huge, huge, huge event. First time in 156 years that Neptune's been in Aries. And Neptune and Saturn moving into Aries means that they are going to be activating your 8th house. Now, the 8th house has heaps of meaning because it is associated with Scorpio. There is a huge connection to the astral realm, connecting with spirits, connecting with those that have passed on. There's a theme in the 8th house of life, death, and rebirth. But there's also karma. There's patterns of behavior. There's energetic reciprocity. It's all about what we put out into the world and what subsequently comes back, and then evaluating based on what comes back. Did I phrase that correctly? Is that what I want to see come back to me? Or is what's coming back to me a reflection of what I put out there? Lots of learning experiences if we're willing to be fully aware, right? But Neptune is all about, it is about living our best lives, but it brings fog and confusion. And so that's where this whole theme of energetic reciprocity is really going to be kind of the core thing that happens this year. Reciprocity in your relationships, reciprocity with the universe and your creator, right? You might feel foggy. You might have a really hard time not only understanding what your ideals are in this situation, but also having a hard time figuring out, okay, how do I articulate or manifest those ideals, right? And Saturn being in Aries, see, Neptune is more conceptual. Neptune is like, how do I feel about this? What are my dreams? What are my aspirations? You know, what is my intuition? But Saturn is, what is my reality? And so Saturn moving into Aries is going to have an effect of pulling you into a place of seriousness when it comes to debt, taxes, and shared resources. So the energetic reciprocity thing, it happens on the astral realm, and it also happens, on the physical realm. The 8th house is about the resources and the money that we potentially share with other people, either a partner, a parent, you know, a co-owner of a business, anything like that. And I like to refer to the 8th house as the place of invisible money as well, right? Like debt, credit card debt, money that you never actually saw, but you spent, right? So there is going to be a lot of having to get serious, and it's kind of got this double effect of all these combined influences this year of, if you have a habit of always being like, oh, I'm not the problem, they're the problem, you are going to be re-educated very, very quickly as far as what the reality of the situation is. Karmic return is going to be lightning speed this year, but so is the karmic return of positive things that we put out there as well. The more that we are willing to be self-aware and take personal responsibility for our part of the energetic dance that we have, both in the astral and the physical, the more willing we are to be humble and clear and take ownership and take responsibility of what is ours, then the path forward is going to be crystal freaking clear. So on that note, throughout this year, if you feel like everything is confusing, if you feel like you don't know what to do, or the possibility is that you're not being honest with yourself. However, I just want to put a little red flag note out there. If you feel clear on your own and spending time with someone else is where you feel insane or foggy or unclear, that's a red flag. So just putting it out there. Yeah, but there is a need for cooperation, adaptation, and a question of surviving versus thriving. If you are, for example, drowning in debt or struggling with something like that, it might be a year in which you have to make some hard choices. But beware of impulsive, emotional, reactive choices, because that's the risk of any planet being in Aries. Another thing that's happening is Jupiter, the good luck planet, is moving into Cancer, where it's considered to be exalted. And for you guys, that's your 11th house. So if you're looking to expand your connections on a global or community level, open pathways. If you're thinking about working in your community, wanting to do something artistic or musical or even humanitarian, if you want to do service to others on a grand scale, perhaps even establishing a charitable organization where you're not always pulling from yourself, but you're pulling from some sort of crowdsourced resources and giving from there, that could be a development for you as well. And so that's one of the biggest things, is if you feel tapped out, if you are out of energy or time or resources, then the question is not how to dig deeper. The question is, how can I source that money, those resources, that energy, that attention from the collective, instead of always emptying my cup to help, right? So Jupiter in Cancer is all about opening up the heart. It's all about elevating personally and collectively to a place of emotional maturity, self-awareness, and a willingness to be compassionate and nurturing when need be, right? And so if you've been missing any kind of sense of belonging or connection, this is going to be the most amazing year to connect with a wide variety of people, to expand your heart in a way that you realize you're not alone, you are supported, you are very, very loved, right? Yeah. But one of the biggest things that you might be struggling against is that Uranus moving into Gemini is going to be activating your 10th house. Now that's a square. So you may realize that the path moving forwards that you thought you were going to be on is no longer sustainable or affordable or even necessarily something you want. You're going to be moving away from manifesting purely for the sake of manifesting and shifting in a direction of, I'm doing this because it's meaningful. I'm doing this because it feels good. I'm doing this because I'm channeling my soul's purpose, right? So it's all about prioritizing your health above the hustle. And if you feel tapped out, stop giving from yourself so much and see what you can do to pull from other sources. There's going to be huge changes in your professional life, no matter what. A need for stimulation. Like if you're bored, there's going to be a huge risk of collapse with the path that you're on so far. So, you know, beware the risk to just chuck it in the fuck it bucket. There's going to be bits and pieces that you want to keep or preserve or maintain. But the fact that things need to change is going to be undeniable for you this year. So you're going to want to maybe get some ideas from other people or inspiration or input from other people. The biggest thing is that you're going to realize this year that you can't do it alone, whatever it is that you're trying to do. And this ongoing pervasive feeling of existential loneliness is going to compel you to making some sweeping changes in your life. There is a risk of falling from grace if you make these changes in an impulsive or a reactive or explosive kind of way. Please keep that in mind. But if you continue to be like a Virgo, Virgo sun or Virgo rising, and act with dignity, act with honor, act with respect, then you could achieve a promotion that you've been waiting for forever. You could elevate your status and really secure your success for years to come if you use this influence wisely. So watch your words, be cautious when you are impatient, and definitely emotional self-analysis is going to tell you everything about everything that you need to know, as far as where you're at, what you want, and what's important to you. So yeah, that's what I've got for you guys. It's been really fun doing these 2025 horoscopes for everyone. I really hope you liked this, and I hope this provides the insight you need for like the next 12 months. I would love if you could hit like or share or subscribe, just because I'm a really small channel with a really small following. And every little bit just helps me expand my reach. It helps other people see my video pop up on their feed or whatever. So that would be amazing. And if you feel extra inspired, I do have a link to my tip jar down below in the description box, but it's never expected, just always profoundly appreciated. So yeah, thank you so much for being here. I hope you have the most kick-ass amazing year. Mwah! And I will see you in my next video. Bye. Hello, my Libra friends. Libra sun and Libra rising, welcome to your horoscopes. I've got a 2025 overview for you guys, and I've never done this before, doing a full year horoscope for the collective. But this year I felt like it was needed. This is one of the most astrologically significant years of our lifetime. Because not only does Neptune move into Aries, the first sign of the zodiac, for the first time in 156 years, but also Saturn moves into Aries and does a little high five with Neptune in July of this year and also February of next year. This is a huge restart for humanity, for the collective. I don't think it's the restart that any of us expected, but it's the restart that we have. So what I'm hoping to do is help prepare everyone for the year ahead, giving you an idea of what to expect, specifically how it's going to affect your sign in particular. And how you can make the most of these opportunities, avoid some of the predictable pitfalls, and yeah, hopefully come out on top. So are you ready? Let's get in. Also, if you did not check out the general overview in the beginning of this video, I definitely recommend that you do, because I talk about some of the general themes and stuff that I'm not going to have time to repeat here. I'm going to focus very specifically on your sign. So whether or not you're a Libra sun or a Libra rising, one of the biggest changes that's specifically affecting your zodiac sign this year, is that the eclipses will no longer be in your sign. So the last 18 months, all the eclipses that we had, and we usually have 4 every year, they come in pairs. They come in like 2 at a time, and then 6 months later, 2 at a time. Excuse me. Last year, they were in Aries and Libra. And so you may have felt like your old life or your old self or your old ways of doing things were dying off with or without your consent. It was a time of feeling like a lot of change was kind of being forced upon you, with the eventual realization that the changes that were happening are ultimately in your highest good. But it's hard. It's hard to go with the flow when it feels like either our lives are falling apart or our concept of reality is shifting drastically, or whatever the case may be. So the big news for you guys is that that period is over. And sometimes when the eclipses are moving through our signs, like they were for you guys last year, it just feels like it's thing after thing after thing after thing. And it's like, oh my God, when is this going to stop, right? The last eclipse in Aries is going to happen on March 29th of this year. It is a new moon solar eclipse, which means that both the sun and the moon are going to be in Aries. So it won't have such a direct effect on you, but you may notice it in the people that are closest to you, because it will be in your 7th house. But for the next 18 months moving forwards, the eclipses are going to be roughly aligned with the Virgo and Pisces axis. So for you guys, that's your 6th and your 12th house. The 6th house, where the North Node is going to be, represents personal and collective destiny. So the direction that we are absolutely fated to go in, this is what's happening, right? And so what's really cool is that it's actually opening up some really awesome opportunities for you, specifically in the realm of work. New money, new opportunities, not necessarily a new career, but whatever's happening or congealing or coming together for you this year could possibly lead to a career, if you decide that it's something that you want to stick with. For the most part, the work that is represented in the 6th house is kind of like day job and energy. I'm doing this for now, but not necessarily forever. So for you guys, it might look like extra hours, a little bit of extra shifts, or extra responsibilities, or extra pay, hopefully. Maybe even like gig opportunities, one shots, or having some sort of like a side gig or a side hustle that starts to finally pay off for you. But the other implication is the realization that in order to be spiritually and emotionally healthy, you have to implement and follow through on daily habits that are going to help you stay aligned with your highest path. That means acknowledging your emotions instead of disassociating. That means dealing with what's happening for you instead of running away from your problems. So it's not so much the energy of like, whoa, harsh realizations or big events or anything like that, like the last year and a half. But what is going to happen for you guys is the realization of, ooh, I already know this. I know that I need to put this into practice. I know that I need to take advantage of this opportunity, or whatever it is. Like, you already know. It's just about implementing it now. Yeah, so especially if anything health-wise comes up, you're gonna know why it's coming up. You will have felt it or seen it coming, and you're gonna know how to deal with it as well. Not huge stuff, but just like, oh yeah, I should quit smoking or quit drinking, or especially anything along the lines of unhealthy habits or unhealthy diet would be the other piece of it, right? But basically, like, the biggest like once in a lifetime kind of event that's happening is the conjunction of Neptune and Saturn in Aries. And they're going to hit almost an exact conjunction of July of this year. And then they're going to hit an exact conjunction at 0 degrees Aries in February of next year. So this epic new beginning energy is coming through in your 7th house. The 7th house is ruled by Libra, and it's all about the balancing acts or the one-on-one relationships that we have in our lives. If you are single and looking for someone, this could be the year that you meet someone or connect with someone that the energy of these connections is going to be like breaking the mold. So like if you have some sort of a pattern in your relationships and you just keep connecting with the same type of people or dealing with the same type of BS and behavior, you know what I mean? This would be the year that you meet somebody completely new and completely different. If you're already in a relationship, this could be the time where your relationships either get serious or they level up or they end. Because not just any relationship can survive Saturn moving through the 7th house. Saturn is Captain Serious. Saturn's like, where's this going? What can I expect from this? What is the end goal? And you may come to a place in any of your relationships. It could be friendship, roommate, coworker, whatever, lover. The fact of the matter is that Saturn moving through your 7th house for the next 2 years is going to demand a seriousness and a commitment from the people in your life, and not everybody's going to pass the test. Some relationships are going to lock in and become solid and dependable and healthy, aligning with long-term goals and sustainability, right? And then other relationships are not going to survive this test, that there's not enough of a serious commitment. And usually what comes through in situations like this is simply the realization that the scales have been tipped. Balance is not achievable. There's no reciprocity. It's just going one direction. Therefore, it's unsustainable, right? So relationships are going to kind of be under the microscope this year. But again, anything that happens is ultimately for your highest good. Anybody who is in one of those kind of ambiguous relationships where it's like, oh, we've been dating for a decade, but they haven't proposed, this would be the year where you're like, F this, you should have put a ring on it. You know what I mean? The risk, though, is that Aries, Saturn and Neptune moving into Aries is the god of war. So any breakups that happen this year, they're not going to be fun. It's going to be like, you know what I mean? Like dropping an atom bomb on a relationship, burning that bridge, right? The energy of Saturn and Neptune being in Aries in your 7th house is going to bring a level of irritability, impatience, and also emotional reactivity to your relationships that might be coming from you, or it might be coming from the other person. But either way, the tone of your relationships can possibly be muddied or clouded, or get really, really, really spicy in a way that maybe they haven't been before. The other side of that is that Aries represents, what are you fighting for? What's important to you? What do you value? What are you passionate about, right? And so anyone who's like vibing, like we're passionate about the same things, or we're passionate about each other, or we have shared goals, shared dreams, those are going to be the relationships that like are off like a rocket, you know, super boost to really kind of getting rolling, getting some solid momentum, or committing to the future. So it's going to be very, very black and white with your relationships as far as how that plays out, right? But the idea is that you're kind of reaching a peak or a halfway point, and it just becomes a question of like, are we doing this or not? Because otherwise I have other stuff that I'd like to do with my life, right? No more wasting time, no more ambiguousness, no patience for confusion. You want clarity, you're going to be focused like crazy, and you're going to want to know that momentum is happening or you're out. That's it. And on that note, Jupiter moving into Cancer this year is going to activate your 10th house of career and long-term goals. So you're going to be so deeply in touch with your emotions. You're going to be so energized by this journey of like improvement or self-awareness, or deciding that you're sick of surviving, you want to thrive, right? And it's going to be like, get on the bus or get out of the way with everything that you do. Jupiter moving into your 10th house is going to bring your awareness to any challenges in your career path that align with the same kind of energy, right? Is everybody on board? If not, get out of my way. This is what I want to happen. You're going to feel very self-assured. You're going to be almost this energy of like too much energy. So you're going to have to hold yourself back, actually, when it comes to watch your words, especially in times of impatience and frustration. And watch your tendency to potentially throw everything away in a heated moment of being like, F it, I'm done. If everything has been leading you to that point, then that's a natural outcome. But we want to be really clear about delivering the message in a way that doesn't necessarily come back to us, right? No matter how other people behave, we got to live with our karma, right? So just be conscious of that. Career growth and success is going to be mixed for you guys. Jupiter anywhere brings luck, abundance, prosperity, like beautiful, beautiful things, right? But Jupiter in your 10th house, it has the potential for bringing luck and success if you're able to keep your cool. If you're able to be 1000% clear about not only what your goals are, but a general idea of how to get there. Because the risk is, if you're not happy, if you don't feel free, if you don't feel valued or appreciated, a heated moment, you could be like, F everybody. And then a day or two later be like, oh my God, I just tanked my multi-decade career because I was mad. Right? That's the risk for you guys. So if you can keep your cool, there's really cool things happening. You're going to get rid of old, unhealthy or boring relationships, or you'll get streamlined when it comes to your career goals, but only if you can keep your cool for the most part. Uranus is the wrecking ball of astrology. Uranus represents change, transformation, and upheaval. It is entering Gemini this year, which for you guys is your 9th house of new beginnings, expansion, travel, philosophy. But you might have a grass is greener kind of thing where you're always envious of what other people are doing, or perceiving other people as being way more happy and fulfilled and successful than you. And if you get locked into a negative headspace, you could end up destroying what you had, chasing something that's not even real, and then realizing it later and having nothing to go back to. So lots of risk, but also lots of potential for reward depending on how you play your cards this year. Now, Uranus is going to be in your 9th house for approximately 7 years. So Uranus in your 9th house is going to offer you an opportunity of new beginnings, fresh starts, and more importantly, feeling rejuvenated. Coming back to a place of like, I love my life, or I love the people that I'm with, or I love my career, or whatever it is. But sometimes, just depending on how far away from that we are, there's often an emotional reaction of like, I'm not happy with my reality and I don't know what to do about it, right? The key is going to be learning. The key is going to be expanding your awareness and achieving breakthroughs in understanding yourself, understanding your habits, understanding how people perceive you and why you keep going through these same patterns over and over again. And if you're always like, oh, it's other people, that's the problem right there. The only way for you to make breakthroughs is you have to take responsibility for your part of the energetic dance, the reciprocity that's happening, or the lack of reciprocity, right? So just be mindful of like any tendency to be like all or never, or it's always them, it's never me, or whatever it is. Usually it's a gray area. Usually it's a mixed bag, right? Everybody has a piece of what's going on. Definitely avoid legal problems, avoid breaking the rules, avoid breaking the law. That would be especially risky for you guys right now. But if you're open to spirituality, education, philosophy, trying new things, getting some more tools in your tool belt so that you are better equipped to get where you want to go and better equipped to have healthy relationships or a successful career, that's going to be the winning strategy for sure. New information, new coping mechanisms, new tools, new philosophies. There's nothing wrong with you. You are an inherently beautiful, amazing human being with heaps and heaps of potential. But sometimes we get lost in the games that we play, or the illusions that we're in, or the habits that we have, or whatever it is. So if you're willing to kind of strip things back to the core of your experience, that's where you're going to find the answers, right? Awesome. Okay. I know that was kind of a lot. I really hope you enjoyed your horoscopes. Honestly, it's my goal to just prepare you guys. Like I said, this is going to be one hell of a freaking year. And it only just got started. So if I have been able to equip you, if I have been able to prepare you in a way that helps soften your experience or avoid any potential problems, then awesome. Job done, right? I care about you guys. Thank you so much for being here. If you enjoyed your horoscopes, I would love it if you could please like, share, subscribe, anything like that. It just helps me expand my reach. It helps other people see my videos. I'm a very small channel, very, very small creator. And I would love to kind of expand my reach. So that would be awesome if you could. And if you really loved your horoscopes, I do have a little tip jar down in the description box. Never expected, but always appreciated. So thank you so much for being here. Have a magical year, and I will see you in my next video. Bye. Hello, Scorpios. How are you doing out there? Scorpio Sun and Scorpio Rising, welcome to your horoscopes. I'm here with a 2025 preview. It's going to be off the hook, you guys. Holy smokes. I would strongly recommend that you check out the general overview at the beginning of this video if you didn't already. I give way more details as far as kind of the general themes happening, but definitely it is one of the most astrologically significant years of our lifetimes. Saturn and Neptune will be joining at the very beginning of Aries, which is the very beginning of the zodiac. Saturn represents systems and structures. Neptune represents living our best lives and aligning with our ideals. It is like the great reset of our time. I don't think it's the reset anybody expected, but it's the one we have, right? And so what we have to do is roll with it as best we can. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you the scoop of how these crazy times are going to affect your sign in particular. And you know, there are no major planets moving into Scorpio this year. So largely it's not going to feel like there's a huge focus on you, but yeah, I'm just double checking this. Actually, for the most part, none of the influences that I'm about to talk about are going to be especially challenging for you guys. There's no squares in your chart. Basically, what's going on is the majority of the influences that are happening for you are going to feel like, okay, this is slightly out of my comfort zone, or this is definitely a growing or learning experience, but that's okay. I can handle this. That's what it's going to feel like. Like, honestly, compared to the rest of the zodiac signs, you guys are getting off easy. Like, whoa. Oh my God. Let's start at the very beginning. That's a very good place to start. Eclipses happen. Typically, we have 4 every year. They come in sets of 2. We're going to have 2 in March and 2 in September. What's happening is that they're moving out of Aries and Libra. Now, for you guys last year, for them to be in Aries and Libra would have had a much stronger effect on your life, to feel like big changes were happening. You weren't necessarily happy about all of them, but there was a sense that whatever was happening was kind of unavoidable, right? Last year definitely carried a lot of like life lessons for everybody, but definitely for you guys, and a sense that you had to either learn or integrate some new skills. Now, what's coming through for you guys this year is about having fun with it. You know how anytime, like, let's say you're learning a new musical instrument, right? When you first start, you suck. And for the first few years that you play, you suck. And you're playing like Mary Had a Little Lamb and elementary stuff like that. It's not until you get far enough in your journey, and this is a metaphor for anything, it's not until you get far enough in your journey that you're not so much thinking about, oh, I need to hit this key, or what does that note say? You know what I mean? Where you feel all wonky. When you finally get past that point and you're not consciously having to pay so much attention to everything that you're doing, that's when you get to have fun. That's when you get to improvise. You're not even looking at the music anymore. You're not even looking at your hands anymore. You're like, oh, I'm feeling it. I'm just like channeling the vibes. I'm channeling my inspiration. You know what I mean? Like that kind of energy. So that's the vibe for you guys this year. That you've already been through the crisis. Like that was a few years ago. Then you went through picking up the pieces. Then you went through getting really clear about your priorities and stuff like that. Like every little bit along the way. Now you're at the fun part. Now you get to improvise. You get to just feel the flow and channel your inspiration and have some fun with it. So the eclipses this year, like I said, there's going to be 2 in March, 2 in September. They're going to be on the axis of your 5th and 11th houses. The 5th house is personal creativity, and the 11th house is collective creativity. So in the 5th house, we're like having fun doing art or music or whatever makes us happy, whatever's fun, kind of in our own private time, right? And it also represents joy, pleasure, maybe connecting with a partner, maybe raising some kids or anything along those lines. It's a very personal part of our chart. The 11th house is that part where I am now mastering these things. I am now playing music with my community, or I'm looking after other kids from the community, or I'm sharing my creativity with the community, or whatever it is, right? So that's where we move from mastering the skills to expanding and sharing those skills. Whatever that looks like for you, you know, you don't necessarily have to be an artistic person, but the theme is, what am I doing that is cultivating joy in my life? And do I maybe want to expand on that and cultivate joy with other people or share what I love with other people? So on any level that means anything to you, that's what the theme is for your sign this year, the eclipses. And the eclipses represent karmic chapters of growth, that everything led up to this. This is a natural outcome from everything that led up to this. You know what I mean? Now, the biggest things happening for us this year, once in a lifetime event, Neptune and Saturn are going to join together in Aries. Now, Neptune is asking us to live our best lives and helps us kind of imagine what feels good, what would be beautiful, what would be peaceful and lovely. And then Saturn is like, how can I actualize that? How can I take my dreams seriously? How can I manifest a career in which I get to do what I love or something like that, right? These two planets do not usually interact with each other, only once every 30 years-ish. And the last time Neptune joined Saturn was approximately 28 years ago, and it would have been in the sign of Aquarius, I believe. So the fact that this is happening in Aries is so incredibly significant because Aries is the first sign of the zodiac. It is a restart, right? And for you guys, it's happening in your 6th house. The 6th house is whatever it is that we do on a daily basis. It could be our exercise routine. It could be healthy eating. It is our habits. It is the little stuff that we do every day. It could be a day job. It could be a side gig, anything like that. So, excuse me. For Neptune and Saturn to join together in Aries in your 6th house this year means that you will be presented with an opportunity to potentially do something new on a day-to-day basis. And it doesn't necessarily mean like a new job, although it could for some of you. It could be a new exercise routine, a new health regime. It could be a new therapist because you're going to really, really focus on your mental health or something like that, right? The culmination, like the movement of these planets for you guys is going to feel like the culmination of either 7 or 14 years of growth and effort and building or rebuilding. You are coming full circle with some massive chapters in your life. And this is where, like I said, it's not about having something come up this year that you didn't already know about. You guys are fine-tuning things this year. You're putting your final touches on goals. your goals and your dreams are almost ready to bear fruit. And so this is where you're encouraged to like keep up the hard work, keep up the momentum you have. Don't give up yet. You're like this close to getting where you want to go. The other big thing is that Jupiter's moving into Cancer. It's another water sign just like yours. It's going to be so beneficial for you guys. I mean, Jupiter is the good luck planet. Jupiter is like having a horseshoe, you know, and just lady luck smiling on you. Jupiter is exalted in Cancer, and for you guys, that's going to be your 9th house, ruled by Jupiter. So expanding possibilities. It's the kind of thing where not only are things finally going to come together for you, but they're going to come together for you enough that you can worry less about the details and start thinking more about, ooh, where would I like to go from here? What next? For some of you, like if you're a business owner, this would be like, oh my God, I'm finally turning a profit. Maybe I want to open another location. Maybe I want to expand my business, stuff like that. So you see the metaphor of the process of growth where you're at right now. That's what I'm talking about. For some of you, you might have really big goals that you finally want to shoot for the stars. For some of you, that could be going to school or going back to school. It could be updating or upgrading your training. It could be learning something completely new because you're excited to go in a completely new direction. New experiences, new philosophies, new studies, and new learning. But basically, you know the difference between like one of the biggest things, if we're surviving, there's no room for extra. It's just hustle, 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 right? But what's coming through is there's something about your hustle or your survival that is now either becoming easier or sustainable or something like that, that now you start to be like, oh, maybe I'll go on vacation. Maybe I'll actually read a book or like take a yoga class or learn how to meditate, or you know what I mean? So this is the transition between surviving and thriving. Like this is your year. It's gonna be fun. And then the other thing too is that Uranus is moving into Gemini this year, first time in 84 years. These are big, big, big events. I mean, Jupiter comes back to the same sign every 14 years. Saturn comes back 29 years. Neptune 156, Uranus 84. Like it's a huge year. Sorry, I don't mean to babble about that. The only thing is that, okay, so Uranus moving into Gemini means that it's activating your 8th house. Now the 8th house is traditionally ruled by Scorpio. But for you guys, it could feel tricky because there's definitely going to be big changes when it comes to either money or debt or shared resources. So this could be the part where you feel a little bit blindsided, where like almost everything is going awesome in your life, and then you discover that your partner racked up 15 grand on a credit card that you didn't even know about, and it's like a kind of moment, you know what I mean? Or but the other side of it is you could perhaps get mail that says, hey, your student loan has been forgiven. Adios, right? Have fun. So there's a couple of different ways that it could go, either revolution or evolution. Something having to do with debt, something having to do with shared resources. It could be a sudden windfall or a sudden financial loss. You see, Uranus in the 8th house says sudden money. Positive or negative is totally up to the roll of the dice. But that's what you're looking at this year, is sudden changes in, I like to call the 8th house the place of invisible money. 2nd house is I can see it, I can touch it. These are the resources or money that I have in front of me. But the 8th house is like invisible credit card money or loans or taxes or debt. You know it's there, but it's not like you ever touched it. You know what I mean? So definitely pay attention to your bills. Pay attention to specifically any financial resources or spending or accounts that you share with somebody. A partner, a sibling, a business partner, a parent, anything like that. Because that's going to be where something either totally unexpected or some sort of a surprise comes in, and everybody's experience is going to be different, either positive or negative. But yeah, potentially sudden changes of income, and potentially it happening behind the scenes in a secretive way, and you only just find out about it. And yeah, it would, yeah. Okay. I won't go into that too much. Sorry, I have a tendency to babble. I have notes. I'm so proud of myself. I stayed on task today. It really is, you really are reaching the most beautiful peak and culmination of years and years of effort and struggle. So I do hope you have the most magical year. I hope you enjoyed your horoscopes. I would love if you could like, share, and subscribe if you enjoyed this video, just because I have a really small channel, and every little bit helps other people see my videos. That would be amazing. Thank you. And if you feel extra inspired, I do have a little tip jar down in the description box, linked below. Never expected, but always appreciated if you feel inspired. So yeah, I hope you have an amazing year. Thank you so much for being here, and I will see you in my next video. Mwah. Bye. Hello, Sagittarius. Sagittarius Sun and Sagittarius Rising. Welcome to your horoscopes. I've got a 2025 preview for you. Yeah, wow, I've never done this before, but we have a once-in-a-lifetime event happening this year. Neptune changing signs only happens once every 14 years. And Neptune just finished a full cycle around the zodiac. It took 156 years, and now it is just back at the starting point. It's going to enter Aries this spring. So not only is Neptune entering Aries, the first sign of the zodiac, but Saturn's going to be there too. They're going to do a little high five in July, and then another high five next February. So this is kind of like a collective reset. And the beginning of this year has already been absolutely wacky. And I thought, okay, let's do some horoscopes. Let's get an idea of where this is headed. It's my honor and my pleasure to prepare you for any changes, especially unexpected ones, right? But so far, like when I look at for you guys, relationships are going to change in a huge way. And it may even feel like there are massive shifts and changes happening to kind of like the foundation of your life. But anything that happens for you guys is ultimately going to be hurting you, like HERD, like herding sheep kind of thing. Often we don't know why things are happening when they first start to happen, especially when it's like, okay, it's not just this one aspect of my life that is experiencing change, but this and this and this and this. And then we kind of start to feel either powerless or overwhelmed or whatever it is. But when we take a step back and look at the bigger picture, the ultimate truth starts to appear, and that is whatever is falling away, whatever part of our old life is getting to a point that it's either ending or not existing or whatever it is, what is being left in the dust is either unhealthy, unsustainable, or not in our highest good. And one of the big, when it comes to, okay, what is in my highest good, it is not enough to be a human and just survive. And the ultimate goal of any human having any life is to reach a place of being able to thrive. So that's not just the hustle and then go to bed and then do it again the next day. It's having a life full of meaning, having nourishing connections, feeling loved and supported, having a rewarding job or career path, feeling on some level, even if it's in our own personal time, that we have the opportunity to channel our gifts, to be authentically ourselves and be loved for it, right? Now, if any of those things I described seem like they are light years away, buckle up, my friend. Things are about to change. I'll tell you why. Every year we have approximately 4 eclipses. They come in pairs, new moon and full moon. This year it's going to be March, and a new moon and a full moon in September. The effect that eclipses have on our lives is kind of like a light switch. And often we can feel the change coming. We can feel, as they would say, a disturbance in the force. When we're aware of the change, but we don't know where it's going to come from, sometimes that's anxiety provoking. And I just want to give you a heads up, because if you notice that, if you notice this feeling of what even might be described as impending doom, that's what you're picking up on. The eclipses this year, now that the nodes, that's the place where the eclipses happen, now that the nodes are in Pisces and Virgo, for you guys, that is going to be the top and the bottom of your chart. And what makes that especially significant is that, like a birth chart, it's a circle. It's a lot like a compass. Well, what do we look at when we want to find our direction? The top of the compass. So when the eclipses are happening at the top and the bottom of the compass, it's kind of like, okay, I'm gonna have a complete change of direction. Everything changes, like literally everything changes. And I was talking about this in the Gemini video too, because they are also on the 410 axis. That's the top and the bottom of your chart. And I was just sharing a personal experience that when I went through the eclipses being at the top and bottom of my chart, the top of your chart is your career, the bottom of your chart is your home life. And what I went through is that my career, or the business that I had been building for years, fell apart. And the relationship that I had been building for years fell apart. The home that I had been living in for half a decade as a renter, it sold. I was evicted. My housing security fell apart. It felt like every single thing that I had in my life fell apart. But let me tell you the truth. The truth was, my career was not a good fit for me. I had a house cleaning business, and because I'm a Virgo, yeah, I'm good at that, but I was miserable. I wasn't doing what I loved. I was doing what other people expected of me. In my relationship, I wasn't actually being loved. I had somebody in my life who loved pieces of me, but not all of me. So in my relationship, I was not able to be authentic because it wasn't safe. In my career, I wasn't able to be authentic because it wasn't safe. And so ultimately, now years later, I can say this, ultimately everything that fell apart, thank God it did. Because everything is so much better now. But I'll tell you, during the 18 months that the eclipses were happening, that was 18 months of feeling like the ground was gone beneath me. I had no idea where I was going. My compass was spinning. I want to tell you guys, because number one, I want to tell you, ultimately anything that happens is in your highest good. And number two, I got through it, so you can too. So I want to just tell you that because the 10th house activation, where your career is, for you guys, that's the Virgo South node. So whatever it was that you were doing, either for a career or some sort of a long-term goal that you had, if that falls apart, it's because it wasn't healthy, it wasn't sustainable, or it wasn't in your highest good. But it doesn't necessarily mean that your entire career is going to fall apart. What it could mean is that it's just going to undergo necessary changes. And if you're willing to be absolutely honest with yourself about what's working, but also what's not working, the process will be so much easier. The North Node, which is how we are karmically destined to grow, what we are learning to put more energy into, for you guys, that's your 4th house of family and home. So for some of you guys, you might realize that you're getting burnt out and you're going to take a little bit of a step back from your career and spend more time with your family. Or for some of you guys, you might realize that you hate your entire career and you're going to take some time off and regroup, right? The other way that it might manifest, the fourth house, is about simply filling your own cup. So the highest priority for you guys over the next 18 months is going to be feeling emotionally healthy. And feeling emotionally healthy takes a couple of different combined factors. It's about dealing with whatever roots we have, our family of origin, early life experiences, unhealed scars on our hearts, whatever it is. It's also about making sure that we feel safe and secure and loved in our literal home. So if you have anyone or anything in your literal home that is making it so that you can't fill your cup, or you don't feel safe, or you don't get to be authentic, that's what's got to go. So I'll move on from that, but that's the basic theme that's happening for you guys. And so the eclipses that happen, 2 in March and 2 in September, because it's a square for you guys, is going to be a time of drastic change. If you can kind of feel the vibe before it comes and sense the disturbance in the force before it comes, you'll know what's coming. And largely any time that we feel surprised by these events, we're not really. It's that we just didn't want to admit it. We just didn't want to look at it. And whatever happens for you this year is because you are being guided to look at it and to deal with it, right? So just trust that it's ultimately in your highest good. The big once in a lifetime events that are happening, Neptune and Saturn joining in Aries. Big freaking deal. Saturn takes approximately 29 years to do a full cycle in the zodiac. You may find that something you started 7 years ago is finally bearing fruit and finally either off the ground or gaining momentum or feeling like a good place to go. You also might find that something that you started 14 years ago has reached some sort of a natural peak or conclusion. You might keep it, you might not. You might recognize that something that you started 14 years ago has reached its natural end and you're over it. You're ready to move on. So there's a couple different ways that could play out. Now, Saturn is in your 5th house. 5th house is joy, pleasure. It's your inner child. It might be children if you have any children. It could be your creativity. But basically, the influence of Saturn being in your 5th house is going to be about getting serious about having fun. And if you're not enjoying your life, if you're not happy at home, whatever it is that you're feeling most disgruntled about or most inauthentic about, that's what's going to change. And ultimately, when you clear out anything that's interfering with your ability to live your best life or have fun, your level of joy and satisfaction is naturally going to increase. Problem solved, right? It's not that simple, but I would like it to be. One of the big keys is going to be integrating self-preservation with self-discipline. If we have been making tons of sacrifices and we go through an influence like this, we might kind of rubber band to the other end and become completely unhinged, right? So it's all about finding that healthy balance, but not going too far overboard in the opposite direction. Excuse me. Some of you guys might be getting serious about having kids. If you're in a relationship in which the other person has been ambiguous about having kids and you all of a sudden decide that you really, really want them and they don't, end of relationship. Or the other way around, right? So yeah, getting serious about joy. That is your mission this year. It's going to continue into next year. And any seeds you plant, any new beginnings that you initiate right now are going to have implications, positive or negative, for the next decade. So definitely, get serious about self-preservation, but also get serious about self-discipline. They have to go hand in hand to be able to make the most of this influence. Jupiter moves into Cancer. Jupiter is the good luck planet in our solar system. It's abundance, it's expansion, it's new beginnings, it's possibilities and potential. It's beautiful. It's moving into your 8th house. This again is tricky. And a lot of it has to do, I mean, I really feel like there's a common theme for you guys about whether or not the people in your life are helping you thrive or if they're holding you back. That's going to be one of the biggest things, because Jupiter in your 8th house is potentially going to be, okay, I'd like to save up to be able to accomplish things. But if you have a partner that's not working, or if you have a partner that's racking up debt, it's like a ball and chain holding you back, that you never actually get where you want to go. And your emotions around that, your emotions around debt or shared resources, shared responsibilities, things like that, that's going to be another big theme for you, either positive or negative. You know, if you're in a great relationship, there's cohesion, there's support, there's mutual investment in the future. This is going to be a bonkers year as far as being like, let's freaking go. Let's get these goals. Let's get that bread. Let's like make some babies or whatever it is, right? But if you have come to the realization, and this wouldn't be a sudden thing, this would be something that's been coming in for quite some time. If you hit the realization of like, wow, I don't want to be with this person, I don't want to co-create a life with this person, then figuring out how to detangle or unravel is going to be a whole nother journey itself. But that's kind of the biggest thing. It's rebirth and renewal. And if anybody's getting in the way of you living your best life, you're not going to be able to ignore it anymore. And I don't mean placing blame. I mean coming to a realization that's been a long time coming. Does that make sense? Teamwork makes the dream work, right? And then finally, Uranus moves into Gemini. Oh God, I just realized how everything is coming together. Uranus is the wrecking ball. It represents change, transformation, and upheaval. And it is moving into your house of one-on-one relationships. Okay, there's definitely a theme here, kids. Shit. I read this beforehand, but I don't know why. Like, obviously I made these notes. I spent days working on this, but for some reason, when it's coming out of my mouth, I'm like, oh, yeah, there's a theme here. Not only is it a theme that is appearing once, it is a theme that is appearing 5 different times. Definitely can't avoid this one, you guys. Holy smokes. So within any healthy relationship, each person needs to be evolving on their own, growing and learning as necessary, because that's what humans do. And as a result, the relationship can grow and evolve as well. Excuse me for just a second. But if we come to the realization that a relationship is stagnant, a relationship is not evolving, not going anywhere, we can gain 2 things from that. Number 1, it probably never will. And number 2, that means something is missing. Either both people aren't pulling their weight, or maybe both people are growing and evolving, but like this, not like this. Does that make sense? Hopefully we can run parallel, right? But it's not always the case. And sometimes relationships have an expiration date, right? So only you are going to know how this applies to you. Like I said, when I say relationships, I want you to know this could be a bestie, it could be a roommate, it could be a lover, it could be a partner, it could also be a coworker, a boss, somebody you own a business with. But the idea is a one-on-one connection in which balance is required. It's a close connection. And anything that the other person does affects you, and anything you do affects the other person. That's what we've got. Uranus is the wrecking ball of astrology. If we take care of things as needed, we don't need a wrecking ball. We just need occasional renovations, right? But if things have not been dealt with, they pile up, they pile up, they pile up, and then there's no choice but to tear the whole thing down. And only you know how that's going to apply to you, right? So evolution of relationships is absolutely guaranteed, but what might come out of that for you guys is changing a partner, or walking away from someone, or having just a natural split. or whatever. But because Neptune and Saturn are in Aries, there is a high risk for you guys of blowing your top if resentment has been building for so long. It just kind of comes out, right? If we have regular conversations and regular check-ins, it doesn't turn into that. But not every relationship provides safe space to have healthy conversations. And so what you're going to be thinking about a lot is how important your own health is. And the realization that when it comes to having kind of like a lifeboat, we can't have people drilling holes in our lifeboat. It is hard enough to live for ourselves, let alone if we got other people in that boat with us, right? And so some of the stuff that comes up for you might be really hard because you might try and talk yourself out of feelings. You might try and talk yourself out of having boundaries. You might try and talk yourself out of setting limits, letting go, cutting someone off. But I gotta say, if you've been thinking about it for a long time, it is the truth. And the truth is only gonna get louder and louder and louder until you deal with it, right? And then the other side of that is that if you have healthy relationships, if you have been evolving, if it is mutual investment, then those are going to be the connections that absolutely take off with light speed and ensure a healthy connection moving forwards. It's going to be very black and white for you guys as far as a hell no or a hell yeah, right? It's all about freedom. It's all about healthy cooperation. And it's all about reestablishing balance in your life, whatever that looks like to you. So yeah, gosh, that was a lot, but yeah, you guys are going to have a pretty wild year, and I just really wanted to prepare you. So I hope that helped. I hope you're able to come back and revisit this video probably throughout the year so that you can kind of check in and remind yourself of what the themes are, because I have a feeling you guys are going to need to stretch outside of your comfort zone in a new way, and that is speaking your truth, setting and enforcing healthy boundaries, and being willing to make some hard choices in the name of self-preservation as needed and where necessary. So sending you guys all of my love. Good luck out there. If you enjoyed your horoscopes, I would love it if you could like, share, subscribe, anything like that. I have a very small channel and as a result, a very small audience, but the more interactions that I get, the more it expands my reach and other people get to see my videos. So that would be absolutely amazing and totally free. Now, if you felt extra inspired and extra grateful, I do have a little tip jar down in the description box, but it's never expected, just always appreciated, right? So thank you so much for being here. I hope you guys have an amazing, magical year, and I will see you in my next video. Bye. Hello, Capricorns. Capricorn Sun and Capricorn Rising, welcome to your horoscopes. I got a 2025 preview for you guys, and you're going to want to buckle up. It's going to be a wild ride. I'm not going to lie, you guys are going to have a bit of a challenging year, but the good news is it's not going to feel like your life is falling apart. That was the energy for the last 18 months. Some of you really went through the thick of it. The last 18 months when the eclipses were on the Aries Libra axis, that was the top and bottom of your chart. And that can be huge, profound changes. It can sometimes feel like your whole life is falling apart, right? So if that's what you went through for the last year and a half or more, huge hugs to you guys. You made it. You're out of that. What you are coming into, though, is the realization that your thoughts and your words create your reality. And I don't mean in any kind of a woo-woo, I'm going to imagine a white teddy bear and, oh, there's a white teddy bear. No bullshit like that. I'm going to be real with you. I'm a Virgo, you're a Capricorn. Earth signs get real, right? What I'm talking about is the way that we perceive our experiences is either going to self-soothe or perpetuate irritation and stress. There's going to be a lot of aspects of life that we're not necessarily excited about. Work, chores, stuff, right? There's always going to be something. But if we enter into those situations and think the entire time, this sucks, I hate this, or I hate this person, or rah, 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 what that's doing is it's reinforcing neural pathways in your brain that become like super highways. The more energy that goes through them, the stronger and stronger and stronger they get. And what happens is that becomes your autopilot. It becomes your subconscious thinking. It becomes no longer a conscious thought of, oh, I don't like this. It becomes, I hate this, I hate this, I hate this, I hate this, I hate this. And it becomes background noise. We don't even realize we're doing it. That becomes a huge, huge risk, because a toxic headspace in any form eventually translates to a toxic body, a toxic life, and toxic relationships, because whatever it is we're thinking about comes out in our conversations. So if in private you're like, this sucks, this sucks, this sucks, or I hate this, or I hate this person, or whatever it is, when you have an opportunity to have a conversation, what do you think is going to come out of your mouth? Anger, criticism, hatred, resentment, whatever it is. So we have to watch our thoughts because they become words. And we have to watch our words because they become attitudes. They become a lifestyle. They become a baseline energy. And when it becomes so integrated in our lives, it becomes a cellular vibrational experience that it becomes all encompassing. The way that we react to crisis, like if you guys just went through, like I was saying, a pretty rough eclipse cycle over the last 18 months. And if now that you're out of it, you are harboring a huge amount of resentment or anger or something like that, that is the one thing that you need to heal or move on from this year, or else it's going to follow you for potentially 18 years, maybe just 9. But that's the eclipse cycle until you come back to center and do it again. So the next eclipse cycle, so we're moving into Virgo and Pisces. For the last 18 months, it was Aries and Libra, but starting in January that just happened a little bit, it was January 11th, the nodes moved into Virgo and Pisces. And Virgo is all about being physically and mentally healthy, and Pisces is all about being emotionally and spiritually healthy. That is the collective and personal mission this year. Because the eclipses are happening in your 3rd and 9th houses, the focus for you guys is going to be noticing where and when you are not healthy in your head and in your words. It's your belief systems, you know, and for those of us who have been through nonstop crisis or abuse or the shits, right? You end up with belief systems, and those belief systems often look like, I can't trust anybody. I can't trust people of a particular gender, or, you know, I'm not lucky in love, or I'll never achieve success, or whatever it is. You may have a reason for feeling that way, but we have to detach our feelings, which can be temporary and situationally based, versus a belief system that is a perspective of reality that we have a hard time detaching from once it's locked in. Does that make sense? So any kind of events that you had in your life up to this point, if they have triggered unhealthy belief systems, that's the focus this year. And the sooner that you acknowledge them, realize that you even have them, and work to heal them, or at least challenge them. Like, the most important thing we can do is question everything. Question what you think. Question what you hear. Question what you see. Question what you read. Because critical thinking is not being critical all the time. It is asking, is this real? Is this factual? And does this resonate with me? Do I agree? Do I believe this to be true? Can this be proven? Right? So that's what it is. Yeah. So the big news this year is that Jupiter's moving into Cancer. That is a big deal. First time in 14 years. Uranus moves into Gemini. First time in 84 years. Saturn moves into Aries, first time in 29 years. And Neptune moves into Aries, first time in 156 years. So like, whoa. big news. The thing about all these, like Neptune and Saturn moving into Aries, Aries is the first sign of the zodiac. So it is like the great reset of our time. But Aries is associated with the god of war. And sometimes when we want to establish a new way of life, like Saturn, we may fight our way through because we don't know how. Or if we've been harboring resentment for a long time, it's going to come out as an explosion because we don't know how else to deal with it, right? But if you want to fight for what you deserve, if you want to fight for better pay, more respect, fight for what you believe in or something like that, in measured doses can be profoundly effective. But we become ineffective when we're fighting everybody and everything about everything, right? So we got to pick our battles wisely. Saturn moving into Aries is your fourth house. Fourth house is family and home. It is the foundation from which we grow. So if you're realizing that you're not thriving and you're only just surviving, then one of the things you're going to be looking at is, do I get enough rest? Do I feel safe at home? Are my emotional needs being met? Do I feel healthy? Is my cup even full? The more that you can kind of focus on those basic core needs, that's for the most part where you're going to find the answers and where you're going to find the direction that's going to help you live your best life. Now, Saturn has a very serious energy, and by itself would be a really challenging influence to go through. But Neptune's going to join it, and Neptune's like, it's all good. So you may find that if big emotions come up for you and it feels too serious or too overwhelming, you might be like, it's all good, whatever. But that would be a mistake. The best way we can deal with this is go, okay, this is serious, this is heavy, but I'm going to be compassionate with myself. I'm going to love myself into a place of healing. I am going to focus on my ideal, which is being a healthy person, and I'm going to get serious about meeting my own needs and doing whatever I need to do to heal my heart so that I can get to that place of ideals, so that I can live my best life, so that I can be happier and healthier, right? So you may realize, for some of you guys, it might be about your family of origin. For some of you guys, it might be you just need a little bit of therapy, or maybe you need extra sleep or more time to yourself. But 9 times out of 10, it's going to be about meeting some of those basic needs. And you might realize that you have simply just burnt yourself out or established a completely unsustainable and unhealthy lifestyle or expectations for yourself. So what's really important is to deal with these things when they get brought to our attention. If we ignore them for far too long, it becomes a huge freaking deal that is way harder to fix. Nobody wants to get sick. Nobody wants to hurt themselves or anything like that. But if we ignore little problems, they become bigger problems. So don't ignore your little problems. Feeling unhappy is a legitimate complaint. That is enough to go full stop in your life and reassess everything. And if somebody in your life, especially if they live in your home, tries to tell you to suck it up, sounds like a you problem, or tries to make you feel or legitimately says that your feelings don't matter, red flag, full stop. That's a toxic person, and you don't need that kind of shit in your life. A lot of the times, Capricorn Sun, Capricorn Rising really struggles with their emotional health because Saturn is your planetary ruler, and you feel like you have to be serious. You set way too high expectations for yourself to be like sorted all the time. And if you feel unhappy, you will often talk yourself out of it because you feel like you're supposed to in some way. And that's not the truth. Your happiness matters. Your happiness, your feelings legitimately matter. And if anybody in your life tries to tell you otherwise, they need to fuck right off, right? Right. Okay. On that note, Jupiter's moving into Cancer. Jupiter is exalted in Cancer. This is going to be at least a year of having our hearts grow a million sizes bigger. Whatever is getting in the way of you loving yourself, or even receiving love, or being simply in a compassionate place, that is what is going to need to be addressed this year. Jupiter in Cancer is going to be in your 7th house of one-on-one relationships. So this is where we have a repeating theme that if anybody in your life tries to make you feel insignificant, or if they tell you your feelings don't matter, or if they act like your feelings don't matter, they need to go. Because you will never feel free with someone who denies your existence, or denies your feelings, or makes you feel like you are insignificant or unworthy. You deserve to be loved unconditionally. And most humans aren't capable of that, but at least you deserve to live your life without somebody making it harder for you. So these are going to be things that are coming up for you. You know, you're not an impulsive person, but this might be a couple of years where you feel impulsive. You need security. You need a solid foundation. And there's a risk of impulsive responses because you're the kind of person to be like, fine, until you're like, not fine. And that is something that's pretty common with Capricorns. So big shifts, especially coming from running out of patience. You have to deal with your unresolved issues. There is no avoiding them this year. This is a new opportunity to see yourself through the eyes of others. This is a new opportunity to give yourself the gift of freedom, especially emotional freedom, especially in the context of relationships, home and family, and feeling safe, feeling loved in your life. You are perfectly capable of giving and receiving, but every relationship needs to have mutual help and mutual support, mutual cooperation on some level. And if any of those things don't exist, if communication is not in a good place, the relationship is definitely going to fall apart. It's only a matter of time, right? So it's not that you guys are not all of you guys are going to go through relationships ending, but relationships are going to be put to the test. That's for sure. Some of them will survive and maybe even thrive, and some of them are going to be deader than a doornail, you know what I mean? And then last but not least, Uranus, the planet in our solar system that represents change, transformation, and upheaval, is moving into Gemini. Gemini is Mr. Chatty Pants. Gemini is represented by the twins. It is the human experience around connection, cooperation, and communication. So you will experience over the next 7 years guaranteed change in your day-to-day life when it comes to the people you interact with, the thoughts that you have, the words that come out of your mouth, the conversations, the connections, all of it. If you are avoiding the real issues, if you are talking yourself out of your feelings and out of your experience, that's kind of like lying to yourself, right? And such behaviors are going to make you feel miserable, and it's going to make you feel stuck. So if you want to live your best life, if you want to achieve the change, the fulfillment that you've been working so hard to achieve, part of that is going to be looking at who's around me. Are they celebrating me? Are they encouraging me or lifting me up? Or, you know, being that honest friend that I really, really need sometimes? Or are they breaking me down? Are they making me miserable? Are they making me feel unworthy? The more that you can be honest, not only about how other people are acting, but honest about what's happening in your head. Are you beating yourself up? Are you making yourself feel unworthy? Are you making life harder for yourself? Those are the $1 million questions this year. So if you're prepared to answer them, everything's going to make sense. And it's not necessarily going to be easy, but it is definitely going to clear the way for you to be able to live your best life, like actually moving forwards. So I hope that helped. I hope you enjoyed your horoscopes and I hope they resonated. Even if it doesn't make sense now, if you come back to this in a few months' time, you're going to be like, oh. So definitely bookmark this video. Feel free to come back to it for the rest of the year and maybe even next year too, because some of these influences continue. And if you enjoyed your horoscopes, it would mean a whole lot to me if you like or share or subscribe, simply because I'm a really small channel, which means that I have a really small audience. And every little bit of interaction helps me expand my reach and helps other people find my videos and my channel. So that would mean a lot to me and it's totally free. Also, these horoscopes are a labor of love, and so if you really liked them, I do have a tip jar down below in the description box. It's never expected, but of course, always profoundly appreciated. So I hope you have an amazing year, you guys. Good luck. Mwah. And I will see you in my next video. Bye. Hello, Aquarius. Aquarius Sun and Aquarius Rising. Welcome to your horoscopes. I got a 2025 preview for everybody. And one of the things I was thinking about is how right before 2020 and everything like shit hit the fan, right before that happened, there was a conjunction of Jupiter and Saturn. It was at 0 degrees Aquarius, wasn't it? Because that's why I was thinking about you guys. I was like, ooh, Aquarius was on like the cutting edge of change and all the transformation that happened, right? I don't know, it just popped into my head because what's happening this year is there is a once in a lifetime conjunction of Saturn and Neptune, but you guys are off the hook. Don't even worry about it. It's in the sign of Aries. And what's really interesting is that Aries is the very first sign in the zodiac. So it's kind of like the great reset for the collective, for humanity right now. Definitely wasn't the reset that we were expecting, but it's the one we have. And so every single one of us is having to adapt to what feels like a lot of unexpected events. Although in hindsight, you can look at a lot of the things that are happening and go, wow, yeah, there's a historical precedent. There is definitely a pattern that could have been avoided, but here we are, right? If you didn't catch the beginning of the video, I definitely recommend that you do, because I do talk a lot about what's happening for the collective to a level of detail that I just don't have time for right now, because right now I want to focus on you. Right now I want to just talk about what's happening for you and how these big crazy changes that are happening in the world and happening in today's astrology, how that's going to affect you guys specifically in the next couple of years to come. Neptune is moving into Aries for the first time in 156 years. It's a big deal. And when it does, it's going to do a little high five with Saturn in Aries. That's the first, well, the last time Neptune did a high five with Saturn was 30 years ago, and it was in Aquarius 29 years ago. But the last time Saturn's been in Aries was 29 years ago, ish. Yeah, anyway, my math's a little bit off, but these planets move so slowly, it's like a big deal, right? Jupiter, 14 years, and Uranus, 84 years. So everything that's happening right now is like boom, 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 boom. It's like a whole new ball game. And the amount of change, the amount of upheaval, the amount of crazy stuff that's happened over the last few years, I don't want to scare you, but it's kind of like, that's nothing. Just wait and see. Yeah. But you know what? You guys get off easy. You and only like maybe one or two other zodiac signs. You don't have any squares in here. There are no massive challenges. There's no massive like crises or unexpected events or any kind of shit hitting the fan for you guys. Actually, this is going to be a pretty beneficial year for you guys. You might be sitting back with your popcorn while the rest of the world freaks out, but you guys are going to be good, which is funny, actually. Enjoy it. Let's start from the beginning. We're looking at the eclipses to start. The eclipses always mark drastic change. It's kind of like turning a light switch on and off. It's like one day it was this day and boom, next day it's completely different. So the eclipses that are going to be happening this year are on the axis of Pisces and Virgo. And for you guys, that's your second house of resources you can touch, and your 8th house of what I like to call invisible money, like debt, taxes, shared resources, inheritances, whatever it is, like invisible money, right? So the North Node moving into Pisces means that we are collectively moving in the direction of embracing Piscean qualities. Pisces is the last sign of the zodiac, known for wisdom, intuition, creativity, going at the beat of their own drum, you know what I mean? And so a huge part of how you are growing is not only honoring your own unique qualities and characteristics, but also learning how to trust your gut, setting and enforcing boundaries that help you feel emotionally safe. And for you, this is all happening in your 2nd house of money. So here's what's really funny. When we deal with our mental health, when we focus on being the healthiest person that we can, of mind, body, and spirit, and otherwise, what ends up happening is that years of internal growth finally start to manifest in the outer world. And that's what's been in the works for you guys already for the last few months. But it's really, really, really coming together this year. And so what is going to end up happening is that your wisdom, your maturity, perhaps even your intuition is going to have a direct relationship on your income. The more you trust your gut, you're going to be more in touch with the resources and the income opportunities that you need. You might even be branching off in some way, either through self-employment, having your own business, really getting some solid momentum with a career that you started a few years ago. There's a few ways that this could be coming together. But the more that you know your worth, and you're able to articulate that and stand strong in that without being an asshole, you know what I mean? But just knowing your worth and setting your fees or your wages at an appropriate level, that's really, really, really going to pay off for you. And what's awesome is I don't see any resistance to that, you know what I mean? Sometimes we try and ask for what we're worth and people are like, whatever. You know, but this is the year where it's really going to pay off. So set those expectations at an appropriate place. And if anybody tries to make you feel unworthy or insignificant, you can set a boundary, you can walk away. There's going to be way more fish in the sea, way more opportunities for you. Virgo being the South Node in your 8th house. In order for you to keep this healthy momentum going, you also have to have healthy spending habits. And you might need to either set a budget or talk to a financial advisor to make sure that you're staying on top of your debt. That's something that comes up for you a lot, is spending invisible money and not even realizing how far overboard you're going. Money is kind of a funny thing for you. And the more money you make, the more sloppy you are with your spending habits. So what you are going to need to let go of is any unhealthy ways that you have been racking up debt or spending money or things like that. Now, outside of the physical representation of money, the other way that the 2nd and 8th houses can be activated is with energetic exchanges. So as far as exchanging energy with other people, same kind of thing. Know your worth. Don't put up with bullshit, right? No crap and no scraps. That's the rule. No crap and no scraps. The other thing, so Neptune moving into Aries for the first time in 156 years, big freaking deal. And it's moving into your 3rd house. It is going to be easier for you, and this is going to be a 14-year transit. It's going to spend 14 years in your 3rd house, which means the connections you make, the connections you maintain, your VIP people are going to be of the highest ideals if you focus on that, if you work on that, and if you set and enforce healthy boundaries. What that also means is letting go of people that are not aligning with your ideals. And to a point that, have you ever seen that grid of like good, neutral good, chaotic good? You may find, you know, it's not usually black and white. It's not usually, oh, they're a good person or a bad person. Pretty much everybody is a bit of a mix, right? But if you think about that grid, you know, it's one thing to be a neutral influence, but it's another thing to be neutral and potentially negative. You know, we can only put up with so much. As you grow, you're also going to be setting your standards higher when it comes to who is allowed in your life. You don't open up to just anybody, and it is going to be even more of an exclusive club when it comes to who's allowed in your heart over the next 14 years. And you have the right to set those boundaries. Please don't let anybody tell you otherwise. It's your freaking life. Saturn moving into Aries. Now this is funny. If it was just Neptune moving into your third house, it'd be like do 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 do. But Saturn moving into your third house too is like, if you hit your limit, if you just absolutely hit your limit, you're going to be like, listen, let me tell you something about something. You might be antagonistic. You might be confrontational. You might be argumentative with your words or within your circle in a way that you've never been like that before, or maybe just on a rare occasion. People are going to see a new fire, a new spice, a new feisty side of you. And I'm chuckling because some people in your life are going to be like, good job. It's about time. And other people are in your life are going to be like, oh my God, I can't believe you said that, right? But as Dr. Seuss said, those who mind don't matter. And those who matter aren't going to mind. As long as you're honorable, as long as you're respectful. You know, I'm not talking about burning people or being a jerk. I'm talking about occasionally channeling your fire when necessary in small, appropriate doses and then moving on, right? There's a difference. Jupiter is moving into Cancer, which is a beautifully lucky influence for the collective, for everybody. It is going to expand your heart space. And because it's happening in your 6th house of health and daily routines, this is where it's going to be especially important to approach the health of yourself and your life in a very holistic way. That means I'm not just looking at one little aspect and compartmentalizing. I'm going to look at how everything works together as a complex, interconnected system. I literally cannot, proved by science, I cannot be mentally healthy if I'm eating crap food. There is a direct link between the health of my gut and the health of my brain. And because the 6th house is ruled by Virgo, which is all about the gut and the brain, that's one of the biggest things that you might come around to. And for some of you, it's not that you eat crap. It's more along the lines of your body is evolving and needs different things. You might find that you can't quite digest or tolerate certain things anymore. You might feel drawn to new foods, or maybe just healthier foods, less processed stuff, more pure, more homemade, more slow and careful, made intentionally with great love, not rushing through food, not skipping nutritional requirements or meals, but really kind of slowing down and meeting those micronutrients, being more patient with yourself, taking more time alone, resting, meditating, reading books, things like that, right? Definitely going to be at least a year. With Jupiter moving through your 6th house, at least a year. I think it's almost exactly a year. I even wrote it down somewhere. You're balancing work and health. Yes, a big part of who you are is service to others, but you need healthy boundaries, and strength and vitality are going to return when you stop overdoing it. And overdoing it for some people is going to be simply exhausting yourself, burning yourself out. And for other people, when you clear out negative people from your life, you're going to get back part of your brain that you didn't even realize was drowning. right? When we have negative or challenging people in our lives, it takes so much mental energy to either tune them out or ignore them or put up with them. And when we don't have to do it anymore, it's like, wow, I have so much energy, you know? So it is going to be about looking at those little details. Like I said, no major realizations, no major shocks, no major crises. It's not like that. It's about looking after the little details. It's like I said, it's not about the big stuff this year. It's about the little stuff this year. The big stuff was already addressed in the last 5-ish years, right? And now that you're kind of putting things into practice and stuff like that, like I said, it's not going to be news to you. But sometimes it's just about that extra effort to change the patterns that have been so deeply ingrained for so long, right? Now, with Uranus moving into Gemini, first time in a while, it's been 7 years in a sign. It's been 84 years since it was in Gemini. But Uranus was in Taurus for a really long time. And for it to move into Gemini, it's actually considered to be exalted. So it is a good placement. It is a good-ish influence. Like I said, you guys get off easy. Holy crap. Some of the other zodiac signs are just in it this year. Not for you guys. Uranus moving into Gemini is activating your 5th house, which means that you're going to actually become more playful, more creative. Guess where that's going to come from? Less people renting space for free in your brain, right? It really is going to be an opportunity for you to kind of put the cherry on top of your cake, whatever that looks like. Prioritizing your health and your well-being also means prioritizing fun, making time to laugh, making time to be silly and creative, with no expectations, no guidelines, none of that. It's going to be exciting. It's going to be a time of really kind of honing in on your self-expression, creative growth, having fun, really fresh inspiration, and feeling like your life is getting a refresh in the most positive, beautiful way. Social connections that are actually nourishing and interesting, and maybe even connecting with kids and grandkids. Changes around kids and grandkids, either kids growing up and moving out, or grandkids growing up in some sort of significant way. But having the beautiful and blessed opportunity to witness that growth, to witness that evolution, and experience the pleasure of simply existing side by side, right? Life's too short to not have fun. And that's going to be one of your big thoughts this year and moving forwards for the next little bit. So that's what I've got for you guys. I really hope that you enjoyed your horoscopes. I hope it resonated. I hope it was insightful. And I hope this helps you prepare for the year. You may feel as though the rest of the world has lost their damn mind, but you'll be okay. Just set those boundaries and don't rent space to anybody in your head for free. You know what I mean? But yeah, if you liked these, little favor to ask, if it's okay, I would be so grateful if you hit like, share, subscribe, any of that, simply because I'm a small channel, and as a small channel, I have a very small audience. YouTube doesn't promote my video, right? But the more likes I get, the more subscriptions I get, it helps me expand my reach. It helps other people find my videos. And so yeah, that would just mean a whole lot to me. I do this because I care. I do this because I love astrology, and I love sharing. Like, if I figure something out, I'm like, oh my God, more people need to know about this, right? So that's the whole reason I do it. But I do have a little tip jar down below if you feel so inspired, like if you loved your horoscopes. It's never expected, but always very gratefully appreciated, right? So yeah, thank you so much for being here, and I will see you in my next video. I hope you have an amazing year. Bye. Hello, Pisces, Pisces Sun and Pisces Rising. Welcome to your horoscopes. I got the full scoop of 2025 and what to expect, how it's going to affect your sign in particular. Now, I am going to focus just on you and just on the particulars of how this is going to affect you guys. But I would definitely encourage you to go to the beginning of the video where I give a general overview of what's happening for the collective, because I've got lots of good stuff in there, but I'm not going to repeat it because I don't have time. like I said, I'm just going to focus on you guys. And I definitely got to say, in a lot of ways, this is like your year. The North Node, where we have the new moon eclipses representing new beginnings, karmic growth, heaps of potential, destined potential. It is in your sign this year as of January 10th or January 11th. It was right on that border. The nodes moved into Pisces and Virgo. Now the North Node is in Pisces. So the collective destiny, how we are all karmically destined to grow over the next 18 months, is all about embracing Piscean qualities. You may find yourself to be a mentor, either formally or informally. People might seek you out for inspiration, support, knowledge, your wisdom, your intuition, your expertise. What it means to embrace Piscean qualities means to aim our growth and our direction in the realm of how can I be more wise? How can I be more intuitive or receptive? How can I be more in alignment with my environment, more willing to just let some shit go, but ultimately be the most authentic version of myself that I can be, to channel my divine qualities, to live my best life, and to support other people with compassion while they live their best lives, right? Pisces is the last sign of the zodiac. I'm sure you know that, right? And it does kind of represent the culmination of wisdom, experience, and understanding. And so with the North Node being in your sign, you might feel like you yourself are hitting some sort of peak, and not even necessarily something that other people can feel, but a sense that you are finally in the realm of where you want to be. You are closer to living your best life or living authentically than you ever have before. The last time the North Node was in your sign was approximately 18 years ago. Now, 9 years ago, the South Node was in your sign. And so if you think about it, 9 years ago might have been a time of letting go of a lot of aspects of yourself or your life or your attitudes or your beliefs that were no longer serving your highest good, either that they weren't sustainable or they weren't true or not helpful or whatever it was. So yeah, if you think back, you probably started a new major cycle 18 years ago, and 9 years ago realized exactly what needed to change. And none of these things are a quick fix, right? You know, it's one thing to realize something, it's a whole nother thing to make those changes and achieve those goals or live that life, right? But in your journey of seeking the truth, in your journey of being divinely you, part of what's happening right now is not only the realization that you have finally clicked into place in some way, but ironically, every ending, every conclusion, every achievement leads to a what next, right? So this year, the North Node is in your sign and the South Node is in Virgo. That means that we are all letting go of certain qualities that are associated with Virgo. Virgo is perfectionistic, that things have to be perfect. And we will often not try something or not do something. We will hold ourselves back from greatness or even starting because we're worried that we're not going to be perfect. We're worried that we're not going to be good enough. Sometimes we get so lost in criticizing ourselves. And sometimes we trick ourselves into thinking, well, if I'm hard on myself, I'll get stronger, I'll get better. No, you're going to get miserable. If you beat yourself up, you will end up beaten down. No longer inspired, no longer joyful, no longer sure about anything anymore, right? That's what happens when we get bullied, either by ourselves or other people. Because Virgo is your 7th house, part of, like, some of you guys might be realizing that you have a bully in your life. And for other of you guys, you might be realizing that the bully is up here. The energy of the next 18 months as the eclipses are on the Virgo Pisces axis is all about living our best lives. It's all about realizing what is unhealthy and how can I change it? How can I fix it? How can I let it go, right? It's not so much about doing more. Often it's about doing less. And sometimes the only reason that we have unhealthy relationships is because we have worked so hard to keep them. Thinking that eventually they'll get better, right? But the only relationships that ever survive are the ones in which each person is working on themselves as an individual. And then that way the relationship thrives because nobody is a dead weight. You know what I mean? Nobody's holding the situation back. So you may find that the focus for yourself over the next 18 months is very internal and self-directed. You might find that you are taking your internal journey and talking about it, expressing it, displaying it in some way or sharing it in some way. And you may find over the next 18 months that you need to take a really close look at your relationships, because sometimes we don't even have the confidence to set and enforce boundaries, because we don't have confidence in ourselves. We think, I probably deserve this, or this is all I'm ever going to find, or this is as good as it gets, right? And that's not the case. We have a very limited perspective when we have a limited mental capacity based on either mental health issues, confidence issues, or it could be so many different things, right? There's a lot of different reasons that we wouldn't understand that we deserve better. And now that you're finally in a place of realizing your worth, that's when everything changes. But to have the initiative, to have the energy, or the willingness to express that, it's a whole nother ball game, right? So that leads me into the next topic. So Neptune and Saturn are moving into Aries. Now, Neptune is your planetary ruler. When it was in Pisces, as it was for the last approximately 13, 14 years, you may have felt foggy. You may have felt confused about where your ideals were. And it could have been a very foggy and confusing journey to learn how to listen to your intuition, to be a healthy person, to dig through all of the confusing information or connections that you had and finally find your own truth that resonated true. And so now that you've gone through all that work, Neptune moving into Aries, it's moving out of your sign into your second house. It's not so much about your identity anymore. It's not about figuring out who you are or making sure that other people see who you are. When Neptune moves into your second house, you know who you are. That part's done. We're good, right? Now it's about, how do I live an authentic life? How do I put that into action? How do I translate living an authentic life and being my authentic self into what I value, the money I make, the life that I live in this third dimension? It's one thing to understand something conceptually. It's a whole nother thing to actualize it, right? To take action and manifest it. So all the work that you have been doing is leading up to a new 14-year period in which you will manifest your ideals. You will put it into action, and it will translate into either the money that you make or the life that you live, or both. Now, the tricky part is that Neptune and Saturn moving into Aries is the god of war. You know, you guys are usually like the most non-confrontational people on the planet, Pisces sun and Pisces rising. You're like, nope. I don't want to do it. I don't want to get in conflict with anybody. It's because you got such a huge heart. Conflict like literally hurts, right? Even if there's no physical connection, just to feel stressed out, just to have conflict with words hurts, right? Piscean people are very, very, very sensitive. I'm a Pisces rising, so I get it. The Neptune moving into Aries simply means that you are going to be more willing to put your foot down, to set and enforce those boundaries, to very, very occasionally be like, no, and then move on. Right? It's not that you're going to become confrontational, but what's going to change is that you're not going to back down. right? And that's important. Now, Saturn moving into Aries, also your second house, means you're going to get very serious about what you value. That it's going to become impossible for you to be like, it's fine, whatever. You're going to be like, well, actually, it's not fine. Excuse me, right? And this is good for you guys, not for everybody. For some people, it's like too much because they're already like that. But for you guys, this is going to be a growth opportunity to learn how to stand up for what you value, possibly even fight for what you value or fight for what's important to you, metaphorically or literally, right? What's going to change is that you're going to have a little bit more fire in your belly, in a way that is ultimately going to be helpful, as long as it is clearly directed with intention and purpose and an idea of outcome, right? Not punitive, not aggressive, but assertive, right? I love how Caesar Milan is all about calm, assertive. He's a Virgo with a Pisces moon, I believe. I looked up his chart. He's cool. So Saturn and Neptune moving into Aries means simply that you will be able to actualize your ideals if you embrace a little bit of fire, a little bit of boundaries, and lots of self-love. Know your worth, set and enforce boundaries accordingly and expectations accordingly, right? Your relationships are going to change. Your financial world is going to change. Almost literally everything is going to change, but as a natural evolution of what has already been done, right? Now, Jupiter moves into Cancer, another water sign just like you. In your fifth house, it's going to be a creative boost. What happens when we're no longer renting space in our brain to toxic or unhealthy or negative people is all of a sudden we have room to meditate. All of a sudden we're inspired to like play music or dance or sing or be creative, or you know what I mean? Like your creativity is going to return when you take out the trash, right? Jupiter in Cancer is considered to be exalted. It's a beautiful influence. It is heart expanding joy and possibilities. And so everything that you do to stand up for yourself, or you know what I mean, is going to pay off in spades. You're going to feel better. There's increasing creative potential, pleasure and happiness, either healing your inner child or improving your relationships with the children that you have, if you have children. It's going to be all about freedom and self-expression. You may tell somebody to get, but with a smile on your face. And Uranus, oh, I want to back up for a second because I did write something down really important. Saturn moving into your second house. Saturn is associated with restriction. Saturn in the second house can often be associated with having less money or less resources for a short amount of time. It's not a huge influence, but it's a good 2 years. Now, for some of you, if you're embarking on training or education or making your life better, it's going to be a necessary expense that will pay off later. But if there is no end in sight, if it's just cost of living and stuff like that, then it will indicate a need for budgeting, a need to be careful. Don't overspend your money. Also, don't overcommit your energy or your time either. You might feel more tired. You might feel just less motivated to follow through with anything that doesn't make you happy or fill your cup. Kind of funny. You're going to get very serious about your values, like I said, but there's a risk of fear and insecurity, and there's a need to detach from the money you make as a reflection of your own self-worth. That's big. The more you love yourself, the less interested you're going to be in fulfilling a role for somebody else. You're going to be like, I'm me, right? I don't need to fit in your box, and I can't fit in your box, right? But as a result, yeah, money might change. You might feel like you just don't want to work in some sort of a job anymore that is killing your soul. That's a good choice. Don't do that to yourself, right? Don't kill your soul. But as a result, you might end up with a little bit of time where money's tight, or you don't know where you're going to make your money, or something like that, right? Ultimately, yes, please do make choices that are going to help you live your best life. But sometimes there's that adjustment period, and sometimes that means money being tight. So that's what I wanted to say. But Uranus is moving into Gemini. It's going to be there for 7 years. And for you, that's your 4th house. So there's going to be big changes in your literal home. And there's going to be big changes in your heart. That's also home, right? Big changes in your personal life, but what's happening is your home is evolving, your family is evolving. A lot of these things are natural, but also as kind of like that side effect of like knowing your worth and loving yourself enough to set boundaries that help you stay soft and help you stay creative and all these things. That could mean setting boundaries with family members. Could be parents, it could be siblings, it could be, you know what I mean? But part of what you might realize is that somebody or somebodies in your inner circle are not in your highest good. And so in that case, Uranus and Gemini would mean changes within who is allowed in your heart, so that you can live your best life. The other way that it might change, or the other way that Uranus in your 4th house might affect your life, is you might literally change your residence. So for some people, this means housing insecurity, that there's some sort of change or upheaval and you don't know what's coming next and it's kind of out of your hands. But that's just going to be a small percentage of people. Usually when Uranus moves through the 4th house, it is, I am intentionally taking this on. I'm going to change my living situation. I'm doing better for myself. Now I can buy a place instead of renting or something like that. But Uranus is very unpredictable. And one of the ways it could manifest is realizing that you're not happy or you're not safe or something like that. So you're like, okay, I need to leave this living situation. But then what that means is a little bit of chaos, a little bit of unpredictability, a little bit of not really knowing what to do next. Do you know what I mean? Uncertainty. That was the word I was looking for. Uncertainty. So as long as you prioritize feeling emotionally safe, and as long as you prioritize aligning with your values, aligning with everything that you learned, everything will work out. But you will definitely have to stretch a little bit when it comes to getting used to not knowing what comes next. And just trusting your gut and going with the flow and trusting that just take one step and the next one will become clear. In a lot of ways, you're not going to be able to see the bigger picture. In a lot of ways, you're going to have absolutely no idea what this is leading to. And that's why it's kind of like moving in the dark, right? But that's why you have to use the light inside of you to simply ask your inner compass, does this feel good? Yes or no? Right? If I move in this direction, if I connect with this person, if I make this choice, does it give me like, oh, I feel free, I feel open, I feel maybe nervous, but excited? Or does this choice, does this person, does this direction make me go, oh, fuck. Fear without any hope is a red flag, but fear with excitement is natural when we are moving into uncharted territory, right? That's the whole thing about these horoscopes. Neptune and Saturn joining in Aries, 0 degrees Aries, is like for real uncharted territory. But like I said, you guys are getting off pretty easy. It's going to be positive. It's going to be affirming. It's going to be a gentle redirection, except for maybe the whole living situation. But again, we just have to take things one step at a time, right? We can't change the wind, but we can set our sails and steer the boat. So I hope that these horoscopes helped. I hope that this was the insight and inspiration that you needed to be a little bit more prepared and aware of what's to come. in 2025. If you liked these, I would love to ask you a small favor. If you could like and share, maybe even subscribe, it would mean so much to me, because I'm a very small channel with a very small audience. Not a lot of people get to see my videos, but the more that people interact or share them or something like that, it's totally free and expands my reach. It means a lot. And then other people would be able to find my videos and stuff. So I just want to get this information to as many people as possible. I feel like there's a lot going on, and I would love for people to be prepared. You know what I mean? And also, if you loved this video, I do have a tip jar down below in the description box. Of course, it's never expected, but it's always appreciated. You know, lots of time and love went into this, but ultimately I just want you guys to be safe and prepared. And I want you to know that loving yourself should always be the highest priority. So, mwah, thank you so much for being here. And I hope you have an amazing year. I will see you in my next video. Bye.